Any Josephus?
Nah, we're not doing that today. Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shabbat Shalom. We're back at it again. Shout out Toward the Truth family, Kawakabi, Guatemala, the brothers and sisters, the congregations from California, Canada, Atlanta. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Ayatazah Shalom, brother. Shalom, Stream of Wisdom family. Virginia, Houston, Rochester, New York. Hope everybody's doing well this Sabbath day. May the Most High continue to bless brothers and sisters' endeavors in this work. We're going to get going back in these scriptures like normal. Any announcements?
We're not going to do the second Passover.
No, we're just going to, we'll talk about like the dietary scenario when we get everybody together. But kind of, we'll go into it, we'll go into that, with the body on Sunday or something like that. But without further ado, we're going to send these prayers up. Imagine.
Just us.
It's us.
Yeah. And then we'll have everybody.
That's cool.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushua?
How nothing an hour. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Birthday, how about Shem Yahushua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushua?
How nothing an hour. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine what Panya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushua?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahushua?
Nothing an hour. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha,
Anasha,
Ayanyamya, Hohoyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemaiah, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yeshon, Shoshamamor, Yashrala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazariah, Ayah, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemosh, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makor, Rod, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Hawalakia,
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharah, Yahweh, Elohayno, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharah, Yahweh, Elohayno, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharah, Yahweh, Elohayno, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abano, Shabbat Shemayah, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayah, Nethanano, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawathino, Kasalachano, Chawathino, Wala'ah, Tabiano, Badasawan, Abo, Hawashayna, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapa'ara, La'abalamya. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this matter therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Fa'ayna, Laka, Pasor, Wala'ah, Fa'aybarim.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Falak, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatasa.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Tha'chamat. Ko. Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, you shopping.
Everybody seated?
Yeah.
Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're gonna pick back off where we left off in 2nd Ezra chapter 1 verse 24. Okay? There's more we have to kind of like go into in this chapter before we can move on in the rest of the books in Ezra. So 2nd Ezra chapter 1 and verse 24 is where we're going to go into. Did you find it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry, 1 and 24. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my apologies. Okay, let's get you saluted in. Cry.
Raya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah.
All right, let's get back into 2nd Ezra chapter 1 and verse 24.
All right. 2nd Ezra, chapter 1, verse 24. What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah? Wouldst thou obey me? I will turn me to the other nations, and unto those will I give my name.
So what's happening? Read on.
That they may keep my statutes.
So it says, what shall I do unto thee, O Jacob? Thou Judah wouldn't obey me. I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name, that they may keep my statutes. Last week, we tapped into this chapter in this verse because it looks like, just from the outside looking in, that the Most High was going to sit back here and get the nations, the kingdom, because we didn't sit back here and lock in and follow the law, statutes, and commandments. But we're going to sit back here and give a little more clarity, as we did last week, to this verse. This verse has a twofold understanding to it. Okay? The first fold, or the first aspect of the understanding is, he says, listen, because Judah wouldn't obey him. What was he referring to as Judah not obeying him? The princes and the kings and the leadership of Israel, and we proved it last week, we're going to prove a little bit more this week, didn't take the management and the consideration and the responsibility of the poor and the needy and the weak of the nation to heart. The leadership, the princes, the kings continually exploited the weak of the nation, the poor of the nation, the have-nots of the nation. And because of it, the Most High sat back and saw how cruel and how heartless and how black-hearted we operated with our own people. So the Most High allowed the nations to sit back and gain power, rulership, and authority over the entire nation. The Most High felt that the nations would sit back here and treat the oppressed of Israel better than our people will treat our own sick. And that's what we're going to go into now. Then we're going to, after we finish this part, then we're going to go back into this and dig deeper and go back into the other aspect of what the Most High was angry at, and that was the priesthood. So the Most High was discussing that the princes and the kings, the leadership of the Jews, and the Levitical priesthood, and how they did the same thing to the people. They exploited the people just like the kings and princes exploited the Israelites. And the Most High had to do something about replacing them eventually, because they were as cruel and hateful and as cold-blooded as our own people. And you know, we might need a little bit of Josephus if we get to it. I didn't think about it, but it's down the line. First verse we're going to go to next after Second Ezra is Ecclesiastes 10, verse 8 and 9. Again, we're going to go back into this verse as a refresher about how the Most High thinks about, why the Most High uproots kingdoms, why the Most High destroys nations, why the Most High takes one nation out of power and puts another nation in after that. What's the major reason behind doing that? So Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha 10, verse 8 and 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verses 8 through 9. Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches gotten by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another.
So the Most High is letting us know the reason the kingdoms are translated, transferred, swapped out, switched out, regime changes. The Most High switches regimes. The Most High switches kingdoms and powers because of unrighteous dealings and injuries towards the people. So when we sit back here and we look at when Israel fell in approximately 586 BC, did we sin? Yes. Did we break the laws? Yes. Did we break the commandments? Yes. But on top of that, we treated the poor brutally. We took advantage of the people consistently. And that's the thing that pissed the Most High off. It has it up to here. Wickedness and breaking the law and treating the poor foul. Okay? So let's read on.
Verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a...
Yes,
it's important to know this because we have this imagination idea that if the black man comes together and we have blackity black everything.
Black unity.
They have the idea because everybody likes that black unity talk.
Yeah.
The black man comes together with the black man and we'll have a utopian society. And like, how about we already had this opportunity to have a quote unquote brown people of color coming together without the white man. We had quote unquote utopian society, and this is the reality of our quote unquote all people of brown colors coming together. This is the reality of our society. We still dejected the impoverished. We still dealt with heavy levels of
classism. It was still classism. Yeah.
We still dealt with heavy levels of classism.
Hatred.
And that is Or what the
and exploitation
what
too.
racism is to the white man is what classism is to our own people.
Yep.
That's what we're dealing with in this point.
Yep. Cut. But think about this. Look at Esau. That's all Esau's doing the same thing. We want to make sure we stay in power
Yeah.
and keep you broke, uneducated,
Yeah.
killing each other. It is still a form of classism too. We need to keep you down.
Yeah.
Because listen, what was Israel fighting for? Our people fighting for in America? Equal rights, equal pay, equal this, equal that. Right?
Yep.
What do you think the poor in Jerusalem was asking for? Equal rights, equal pay, equal respect,
Better
facilities, better opportunities. What do you think it was? It was still classism. The rich, we're going to keep getting rich and exploiting the weak and creating systems that kept the poor in perpetual brokenness and sadness and dejection.
Systematic oppression, right?
Well, so what do you think? Listen, systematic oppression was made by black people first.
Yeah.
And then listen, white men took notes.
Next topic. Like that's a good idea. That is a good idea, Leroy.
Thank you, Leroy.
Good idea.
Thank you, Leroy. Yeah, change it to make it white. Thanks, Leroy.
Well,
It's the truth, though.
The truth of it is, you look at Haiti, which has been independent since the 1800s, and the elite of Haiti control all the resources of Haiti,
Come.
and the poor eat dirt cakes for 5 cents a piece.
Yep.
The women make mud cakes mixed with salt, and they dry them out in the sun on a basketball court, and they sell them for a nickel a piece. So the majority of the people in Haiti are eating mud cakes for a nickel, but
And there's a dark-skinned guy at the top.
But the guys at the top in Haiti, the elite of Haiti, run all the resources, all the national trades that they receive from foreign countries, all the foreign help, it goes to the elite.
They do the same thing in Guatemala. They say the president of Guatemala, this is a thing for all the presidents. Oh, listen, the Cauca has been in Guatemala, I would say, since 2000.
2001.
And it's been known, it says the Guatemalan king, the president, eats breakfast in Mexico and eats dinner in like Panama. He's blowing money fast.
Living fly life.
Listen. And then what happens is this: the presidents habitually they rob all the tourism monies, all the agricultural, all the tourism. The only little money they make is on tourism.
The produce.
First of all, there's only 7 families that control the whole city, the whole country. There's one family that controls the
chicken,
the volcanoes, the volcano area. That's where the majority of the vegetation is done.
Soil?
The soil is really good. So all the agriculture is one family. There's one beer company. There's one guy that runs the chicken. They have a syndicate in Guatemala. It's haves and have-nots.
just like the one guy that owns all the cell phone companies in Mexico.
Oh yeah, he's super rich.
Yeah.
Well, how come there's not a scenario happen so a regular average Joe can't just sit back and save his money up and set his own cell phone spot up?
Doesn't matter.
He will probably get killed.
Oh.
He will get killed trying to set something up like that. And that's from the tribe of Issachar, though, right? That's the holy tribe of Issachar. Breaking the rest of the people, keeping the poor broke, impoverished, needy, and the people on top, they're living like fat cats. Guatemala, Mexico. I'm trying to think of some other places. Like you said, Haiti. This is how it goes. So once again, it's not just an Edomite thing. This is how our people do and have done. This is the beginning of time.
Throughout history.
Right?
Even throughout Africa, right?
Yeah, the warlords get all the money.
But they're not even our people. But listen,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but we can say Africa because this is a worldwide hustle.
But Nigeria, listen, all those West African countries out.
It's a worldwide hustle.
still playing the same game.
The world runs a classism type of country. That's how the world is.
Right.
And the Most High, this is why Christ got to come back and fix this, because the world's it's a big hustle. People just take advantage of the weak. They take advantage of the poor.
We only use the term when the wicked are in authority, the people mourn. We say that white man is the wicked.
Yes,
We don't say-
that's the convenient answer.
We don't say Brandon in authority or Leroy when he's in authority he's wicked.
Or Toussaint in damn Haiti at.
Yeah.
Whatever the guy's name is, whatever people's name is. When the wicked guy out there is in authority, the people mourn.
Yeah.
But it's the truth.
Or
Right.
when Marco's in authority, everybody's
Yes.
gonna suffer. Marco's gonna make everybody suffer. You
Kinda.
can't breathe when Marco's in power.
That's the point. What are we saying? Our people have shown a pattern of exploitation
And oppression.
of the poor, just like the nations do. We want to sit back here when it's convenient on the mic to say it's all the Edomite. He's the root of all wickedness.
Yeah, we could say that the Edomite bring the drugs in, but who sell it to our own people?
Yeah.
Who distribute the dope to our own people?
Huh.
Sometimes to your own family members.
And then somebody else say, "Hey, somebody else is going to do
Somebody
it."
else is going to do
Well,
it.
how's that justified?
Right.
Why you got to be the one to do it?
Right.
If I don't do it, the next man will.
That's the going rate.
But-
That's the going rate at like a dealership.
Bro, it's
Dealership.
sad.
If I don't get them, the guy down the street is gonna get
So
them.
let me get them.
So let me get them, and that's a going rate with car dealership salesmen across the board.
Any salesman.
Yeah.
It's exploitation.
Right.
It's exploitation. Everybody's bought into the idea. I got to get on top of you so I can survive.
Because the love of money
Is
is the root of all evil. Not because you're white, love of money. They didn't say that.
No.
Love money in general.
So what are we saying? All we're saying, we're trying to get our mind out of this. The nations are wicked and brutal. They're wicked and brutal, but so are we. Most High gave us 80 years to see what we do. Now I'm going to say this. We had 80 years of semi-good leadership. And the rest was horrible. The rest was bad leadership and pure exploitation of people. That's what we got to show for our time on power.
Well, Josiah was good. Hezekiah was good.
It was 3 good men. 3 good men. David, Josiah, and Hezekiah. Everybody else was flawed and blemished. Now, the southern kingdom of Judah had a better run of honorable kings. But a lot of our people fell short. That's the point. So now we're reading here in Ezra. After we fell, after we came back to our city, he's showing a pattern in Ecclesiasticus why nations fall, why kingdoms break down, why the Edomite kingdom is going to break down, why Israel broke down, why these people in power now are going to break down. It's the same thing. Injurious dealings,
Yep.
taking advantage of the poor,
The kingdom's translated.
the kingdom gets switched over to another person to give him a chance to run it. And then when he shows that he's the same guy, he gets pulled out of power. This is how the Most High thinks. Okay?
And it happened with the Romans also.
It happened with all the nations. All the nations. Let's continue.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
He says, there's nothing more wicked than a person that got something that ain't happy with what they got. So they got to sit back and keep taking other people's stuff. They got to keep creating and crafting ways
I need more.
to sit back here and get more, so you can keep lifting it. There's nothing more wicked than that, and that's when the Most High got to take that power out. You already living in the hills. You got to keep taking these people's money and food and resources. Read on.
It says, for such an one set up his own soul to sell.
Listen, have y'all heard about that guy Jimmy Barbecue? That guy in Haiti that's sitting back here and fighting for his people, and they paint him as this weirdo dude. And they call him Barbecue.
Gang leader.
He's a gang leader. They call him a gang leader. What they don't tell you is he was college educated and he was a cop. He was a policeman. And he saw how corrupt the police force was. He saw how corrupt the government was and how they weren't going to look after the regular people. So he sat back here and used his military training to help sit back here and give his people a chance and fight for certain particular rights for their people. And because of it, they want him killed. They don't tell you that about him. And they say he's a drug dealer and he's into drug. He's not into that. But what he had to realize was this. He had to unite with some of these gang leaders to sit back here and fight off these outside invaders coming and sit back and tear down the little that Haiti had.
Vultures.
So he said, I got to sit back and make alliances with dudes that aren't good so that we can sit back and protect our neighborhoods.
Okay.
So, but they want this guy dead. They wanted him dead. All he's doing is trying to fight so that the next leader that comes in there doesn't exploit him like the last one did. That's all he's fighting for.
Actually, there was a plot to destroy the last president of Haiti. Somebody snuck in his palace and assassinated him. And this is when Haiti started to fracture even more. Haiti was actually starting to come together slightly until they assassinated the president. But nobody knows how the guy was assassinated.
Well, we know who it was because that guy that was trying to help the people wasn't playing ball with the IMF and the powers that be up north, in the North Country.
And then people say that they heard the people that came in that assassinated him the night he was assassinated speaking English and speaking different languages.
Yeah.
So
they sent goons out there.
They sent goons, just like they sent goons to Saddam and Bin Laden.
Yep.
You know, they sent us a particular force. Yeah, in Africa, Lumumba. You know.
Yeah, Lumumba in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah. So they know how to send certain individuals to remove them because of geopolitical purposes.
And I don't know if you ever saw on TV all those guys that come in and they're the leaders of these new countries.
Right.
And they all have these military gear on. They have all these stripes and stuff like that. You realize they got trained in America? You know Noriega got trained in America?
I don't know that.
All those guys, that guy, the guy that was in I forgot he was in South America, man. And he sat back and oppressed the people significantly. It wasn't Bolivia, but it was in
Not Chavez, because Chavez.
No, not Hugo Chavez. It was earlier. And it was in South America, man. A lot of these guys in the 80s and especially in the 80s, in the 70s, they were trained by the CIA.
Noriega?
I said Noriega, but it's another one. Noriega's in Central America. He replaced the guy that was trying to sit back here and make the natural resources of his country benefit his people.
Yeah, nationalize the resources.
And then that was the catchword. If you tried to naturalize your resources for your country, you were called a communist. And because you were trying to sit back and use your resources so your poor can be taken care of, you're not democratic. You're a communist, so we got to kill you.
Yep.
So that guy got killed, and they brought in Noriega. And Noriega came in with a militaristic country, with a militaristic tactics, and killed all the people that were trying to push for the poor to be taken care of. And he came in and exploited them. And then when they got tired of him, then they said he's a drug runner. We're going to get him out of there. But they trained him up. They put military bars in this guy. Yeah. This is how you sit back and crowd control. This is how you sit back here and execute people that are combatants. They teach you this in the States. Then they bring you down there to sit back and control the population.
So they get the resources.
I used to live in Fort Hood, and I used to see different national units. They had different uniforms. They had the country uniforms on. They used to be on post, off post.
Yeah, Saudi Arabian pilots being trained on base.
That's exactly what I said. I asked one. He said, I'm from Saudi Arabia or something, and but he was a pilot. It was him and his partner.
Yeah, they got Mongolian defenses. They got people, they're training people from Mongolia. Yeah. They bring them in from Mongolia. They got Mongolian uniforms on. They train people from everywhere. Because why? Mongolia is close to what? China.
And so they got people that think like themselves. And they can sit back and keep their policies and their interests. And they use their militaristic training to keep the people at bay. That's the game.
It's a war of resources.
Exactly. I need my resources on the cheap so I can make money. I need to send my countries down to your country. Listen, this is what they're doing. I don't want to take class too much off the point. Okay, we want you to sit back here and invest into our businesses. We will sit back here and build your infrastructure up. Take out a loan in your name. We'll take the money, bring our people down so they can make the money. So we can sit back and build the businesses and the infrastructure that we control with your money. We don't got to pay for it. You got to pay for it. That's the hustle. So now we have this buildings, the infrastructure, the manufacturing plants that we own. We gave you the money to do it. We can hire a couple people here that make below minimum wage. The money goes to us. We take your resources. We promise you things. What good?
Wow.
It's building cities and infrastructure and roads and highways and power plants when you don't teach the people there how to run the plants. We don't educate them enough to run the city in the system that you built. So now you have a bunch of people that don't know how to work manufacture jobs, don't know how to repair these streets and roads and these electric infrastructures. So who got to repair them? We got to keep sending these guys out here to repair them. So you're broke. Then we sit back here and we take all of your farmland and we create manufacturing facilities that we can only work. So you guys have less jobs. How can you feed yourself now? Now you got to turn to crime because there's no education to teach you this. How are you going to eat? Now you're more broke and the people in the United States are more rich and have more job angles. Anyway.
6-figure jobs.
That's the hustle. But and you're sitting back here smiling, eating chicken out there in the South side, and everybody else is broke out and suffering. That's the American way, but that's the world's way, and that's how we thought too.
Right.
That was our thinking, which is why we got our power and rulership taken away. So, read verse 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. For such an one set up his own soul to sale.
Because every time you sit back here and exploit somebody for you to come up, you're really selling your soul.
So you just saying it's not only money? I'm sorry.
It's this. When I sit back here and I'm using you for me to come up, I'm losing a little bit of my soul and my spirit every time I do that. Because listen, how am I losing my soul? How am I selling my soul? When you start losing the capacity to feel bad for how much you're hurting people, how much your actions are destroying somebody else's life. Didn't the scripture say we're supposed to have a fleshy heart and not a stony heart? The more I sit back and create policies that boost me up and it hurt others, and the more I get callous about it, and the less I feel bad about how I'm hurting people, my heart is getting stonier and stonier. That means I'm losing my soul. I'm losing my spirit. I'm supposed to have compassion for my people when I'm doing them wrong. When I sit back and do an action that affects my brother or sister, I'm supposed to feel something. If you don't feel nothing, it's because you had a stony heart. So once again, he's like, read that part again.
It says,
for such a one, that covetous person, read on.
For such an one set up his own soul to sale.
I'm selling it because if whatever deal is going to benefit me and somebody else is losing, like we talked about that drug dealer. Hey, man, how I rationalize it is somebody got to make the money. Every time you make that decision, you're losing some of your spirit because you're caring less and less and less about the things that you're doing that's destroying your people. Does that make sense? He hates that covetous person that justifies destroying his people because somebody else is going to do it. That means you've lost the capacity to have a fleshy heart and a compassionate heart about the things you do to hurt your people.
You're no different than the enemy.
That's the point. You ain't got no soul either.
No different.
But you want mercy from the Most High for your trespasses, though.
Yeah. You look at Death Row Records and Suge Knight.
Oh.
You know, there was more extortion, beat downs within the own record label than what was coming from the outside.
That's facts.
Now everybody know Jimmy Iovine ain't no good guy, but that owned Interscope. But when Suge Knight owned it, it was even worse because everybody getting beat up and killed.
Remember the 5 Heartbeats time? When that dude red out with that little weird face, Cro-Magnon face, dude, that brother red out with the perm, with the red perm, and he's taking these hailing him over the damn, sign the contract. Listen, that's what Suge was doing.
Yep.
People were being hung outside the damn buildings, 10, 15 stories up. Like, listen, bro, you gonna sign this paperwork, or we gonna drop you.
Listen,
That's the truth. It wasn't just the 5 Heartbeats Act. This is Suge Act.
Suge did it. That's how he came from a bodyguard to a mogul, a record exec. Because what he did was he made Vanilla Ice sign that paperwork, and he got royalties from Ice Ice Baby.
Yeah.
That's how he got into business. Then he did it with Eazy-E. Then he set up a meeting with Eazy-E, put him in a room, and made him sign.
I heard they did the same thing to Jodeci.
Yeah.
Towards the end.
Yeah.
Listen, I got a story for you. They said,
Let's hear it.
Listen, bro. They said that they have a bucket, bucket
Oh, man.
next to the. You know, use the bathroom. You stand up, use the bathroom, right? Well, they have a bucket next to where you stand up, use the bathroom, right? That they fill up. But everybody fills up. And if they have a problem with you, or you out of order, or
You're not producing, you're not making music.
Called the drunk jungle law. If you got a problem in jungle law, they just the spirit directs towards you. They would get dudes, get the bucket, and force dudes to drink it.
I'm just going to die that night, man. I'm
Listen,
going to die that night. I got to die.
They force dudes to drink. And they said that the dudes like, man, I don't want to tell y'all about this, but this is how it was. It was bad. It was bad, bro. I'm like, oh, he's just Tupac, man. I think it's just Tupac and Snoop.
Yeah, what is
He
that?
said no. Everybody would pee in buckets out, and then they would force dudes to drink it. So that's how we ran our.
That's how black people, that's how the Jews run their empire.
You stepped on the emblem, on the Death Row Records emblem in the carpet. If you stepped on the emblem by accident, you caught a beat down. That was a lot. But you're doing this to your own people, though. And you're no different than the enemy.
That's worse.
But they want to get one scripture, Proverbs
That's
chapter
animal
16.
law right there, bro.
That's animal law.
Jeez.
Yeah.
There's always law.
What's this?
Proverbs 16 and 5.
That's crazy.
5 through 9.
Barbarians.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 5.
Read that. Mm-hmm.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 5. Everyone that is proud in the heart.
So when I lose my compassion for my people, what causes that is pride.
Yes, sir.
When I lose my compassion for my people, he said, everyone that's proud in heart. Go ahead.
Is an abomination to the Most High.
How does the Most High feel about somebody that loses their sensitivity and that love for their people? He said they're what?
It's an abomination to the Most High.
The Most High look at them like an abomination. Read on. A filthy, wicked thing. Read on.
Though hand join in hand.
And although you may say, you know what? Well, I'm just doing what this other man doing. Well, I'm just doing what I learned from Jimmy Iovine with Interscope Records. So I'm just duplicating what I seen Capitol Records do. Or I've seen Sony BMG do it.
I've seen worse.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because everybody know that they're all wicked. He said, though hand join in hand. Read on.
He shall not be unpunished.
He said he shall not be unpunished. The Most High, anytime I lose my sensitivity of my natural love I have for my people, the Most High said he's going to set you up for punishment because your actions become abominable. Yep. Read on.
By mercy.
He said,
and truth.
He said, but by what?
By mercy.
But the Most High is expecting us to be what type people?
Merciful.
And also to be what?
Honest.
Honest.
Yep.
That's what the Most High, when Most High put you up in a position, he put you up in a position of leadership for the purpose of being merciful and for being honest, for showing people truth. Read on.
It says, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged.
So how do you eliminate the wicked? You got to put the right people in power.
That pride linchpins it in, doesn't it? That
Yeah, it
pride
does.
really ties it in.
It does. He said, by mercy and truth, he says, this is how you get rid of wicked people. You got to put the right people in charge.
Okay.
Read on.
By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged.
Read on.
And by the fear of the Most High, men depart from evil.
So when you got the right leaders that fear the Lord, they purge out the wicked. Read on.
When a man's ways please the Most High,
Go ahead.
he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him.
So the idea is when a man's ways please the Most High, when he's operating in the right mentality, which is brotherly love and compassion, he said your enemies will be at peace with you. Read on.
Better is
This
a
verse
little.
8 is a monster.
Yeah.
God, I'm sorry. Keep going on.
Yep. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 8. Better is a little with righteousness.
It says it's better to have a little bit of resources and just enough to survive, but you got righteousness. Go ahead.
Than great revenues without right.
It says then great revenues without righteousness. So what? There's a sacrifice.
Okay.
Our people don't want to have righteousness with a little bit of resources. We rather have the majority of the resources, but with wickedness. There's always a trade-off. There's a trade-off. So if I want great revenues, then guess what I got to become?
You got to exploit people.
I got to become an exploiter. I got to become wicked if I want great revenues. If I want to offset the balance of equity and offset the balance of justice, and if I want to have more than the next man, if I want to gain leverage over the general population, I got to become more crooked. Because the way the Most High set it up is, if you want to be the right type of leader, that means you don't necessarily increase in revenue.
Others do.
Others do, but you're okay with just a little. But as long as the conditions are fair across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
A man's heart deviseth his way, but the Most High directeth his steps.
So the Most High is looking at. That's why he says the Most High will exchange. That's why we just came out of Ecclesiastes, where he says, because of unrighteous dealings for injuries and riches got by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another. So what the Most High is judging is intentions. So as the Most High is weighing the intentions of men, he's setting people up and taking people down. Oh, your intentions are wicked. You're trying to come up more than anybody else.
Yep.
So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and take you out of power.
I'm going to let you run your course and then pull you out.
And pull you out.
Mm-hmm.
Once you reach a certain level of funk and stench to the Most High, Genesis chapter 15, verse 16. Read that real quick.
Genesis chapter 15 and verse 16.
Read that.
But in the fourth generation, they shall come hither again.
Go ahead.
For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full.
So what the Most High does is he waits until the nation's sickness, iniquity, their wickedness becomes full. Once the Most High get tired of you and you reach a certain level of funk to the Most High and your wickedness reaches his nose, then the Most High will replace you and return and put another people in power. Once you become an extorter, once you become vile, you lose compassion, the Most High replace you. Somebody else got to be in charge. And so what the Most High is doing is judging intentions. He's looking at intentions. So if your intentions ain't right for the people, you're not the right leader. You're not the right person to be over the people. And that's when the Most High that's why he said the Lord direct your steps. That's what although you may have wanted to live forever, everybody want to pray for America that America live forever. But the wickedness is getting too full.
That stench is getting stinky, man.
It's getting
real stinky, bro.
With the passing of new murder laws for babies, with the passing of new defiled marriage laws, bestiality, pedophilia, that limit is getting reached. And so that's when the Most High said, okay, you got to go. You no longer are going to be an influence in the world. I got to remove your influence because your influence is corrupt. And that's what changes the balance of power.
Any country that teaches God, pushes the Most High, they want to eradicate it.
Yeah.
Listen, I know. I'm not even going to say it. You're saying it perfectly.
They want you to fly rainbow flags across the world. They're pushing rainbow flags everywhere.
And one country is trying not to do that, and they're being targeted to be taken out.
Yeah.
Are they a righteous people? No. But at least they're still trying to push the Most High in some semblance.
What does a rainbow flag have to do with democracy?
Nothing. At all.
One's a lifestyle and a choice. The other one is how you're supposed to deal with people.
And they want the whole world to operate like that, though.
Right. That's how you know it's not going to last forever. Yes, sir.
The way things are in the world, man, and these leaders they just look like they're infinitely corrupt. Like almost like it's a platform, like how Trump did it. Trump would line his people up. So whatever he did, it could just go through the pipe without being challenged or anything, because all his people are just signing off on it. Is the day of the average Joe, God man, being in a powerful position, is that over?
That's been over a while ago.
Yeah.
That's been over for a while.
Jesus comes back.
Exactly.
That's been over for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's been over for a long time, and to the point where even businesses can't even get financed properly. Listen, what people don't understand is that you have to have a certain social credit score,
right,
to be approved for corporate loans, corporate funding, corporate sustaining. Yes,
right.
The social credit score is how woke are you? How woke are your media agendas? How woke are you pushing are you pushing wokeness with your brand? And if you're not pushing wokeness with your brand, there's limits to funding,
inclusion.
There's limits to there's limits to the sustaining of your business. How most business operates at this point, if you can't keep getting a steady infusion of money, you can't keep your business going.
If you don't have a diversity of department, you're not getting them loans.
And that's the point. But you got to be pushing the agenda that everybody else is pushing. And if you're not pushing that agenda, you can't sustain as a business.
You got to have a couple of rainbow flags up.
But listen, a lot of flags, a lot of different accepting, a lot of different letters, flags,
little triggers,
a lot of different things
Whatever the
that
social
you're
demons
whatever
at
the
the
so
time.
exactly. You have to push it, or you can't keep your business going. So yeah, that's even in the corporate level, and we know corporations control the majority of what's going on the planet. So if the planet ain't woke, I mean, if the corporations aren't woke, you can't survive.
They call it playing ball.
Yes.
Yeah, they call it playing
Speaking of playing political baseball, Obama, it's almost like he had to get with the gay movement to get his presidency.
I'm gonna say this: did he have to, or did he choose to?
I felt like
That was his
chose-
life.
Yeah.
He was there before he even got in office.
Come
I
on,
heard
come on,
about that. I don't
Come
know
on,
if
bro.
it's true or-
listen. I'm
He
gonna
just
say
said,
this.
I gotta make a decision. Yeah, right.
I would choose this way.
I
Listen,
guess I gotta get in office. So let
Well, I
me.
thought
don't
he needed
forget what
that
Luke
money.
chapter 4 says. That you can't even get to that level unless you sit back and bend the knee. Unless
Right.
you are about that life. You don't even get propped up at the level until you're not playing ball. You can't even get elevated.
Right.
Why in the hell did this guy from Chicago all of a sudden get backed financially by Henry Kissinger?
Right.
Why in the hell was Henry Kissinger, why did he choose him? One of the guys that was one of the main globalists in ruining all the damn Southeastern Asian continents and cities and countries.
Napalm them.
Napalm. And this guy was sitting back here and had his hand in every geopolitical scenario going on since the 50s.
Right.
Why all of a sudden he says, I want this guy. We're going to back him. What was it? What was so special about him? That all the millions of dollars went through him
Oh,
to
you
even
talk- you
get
talking about-
to that position.
Lolo Sotero. You talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you
why.
talking about Obama's stepfather.
Well, listen, Obama's stepfather was close to Henry Kissinger and all the powerful people during those times.
Right.
Listen, I understand why was he tagged. Because he was in there from the beginning with them.
Okay.
These guys are picked years ahead of time
Okay.
to play that part. That's the truth. They're groomed and developed way before to be in that position to sit back and do what they're told and roll with the system. He didn't wake up one day and say, I want to get into politics. Wake up one day and say, I want to run for the president of the United States. That was already plotted out for him.
Judge Joe Brown says that Obama's stepdad, Lolo Sotero, was in the picture. He said they scrubbed it from the internet.
Yeah.
Was in the picture with George Bush Jr. They were kids together. So this is when George Bush Sr. was the head of the CIA. Because people forget that George Bush Sr. was head of CIA.
And Sotero ran the CIA division in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. And they got
They're
pictures.
all tied
They're
in
all
with
tied
Halliburton.
together.
They're all tied in Halliburton and the weapons and arms
Brown.
corporations that run all that stuff around the world.
Right.
They're friends, they're buddies, and they sat back here and bring these guys up and say, you're going to be a Democrat, you'll be a Republican. Tomato, who gives a damn?
Yeah, it's all the same.
They're just switching it out. They switch it out. We're going to sit back and have the Bushes run for a couple terms. Then we're going to have Bill Clinton playing the sax for the black man, making him think he cares for the black people. Let him run a couple times. Then we're going to bring some people in. It's this game.
And stuff going on,
Listen.
right?
Bill Clinton was locked in right with Bush. The plan didn't change. The motivations didn't change. The agenda didn't change.
So there's individuals right now
Yeah.
being groomed.
Yes.
Come on in. 5, 10, 15.
Listen, Joe is placeholding for somebody else. He's struggling too, bro. He is struggling.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's keep going. Let's keep going in the class. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's the guy on the left.
Yep.
And that's his mother
Yep.
on the right.
That's
That's his mother on the right, and that's him on the left. Sotero. But that's his mother, and that's his stepfather.
But there's a picture that supposedly has Bush Jr. and Obama as kids together in one photo.
Yeah.
Showing you that they've always been connected through policies.
But once again, I don't want. We kind of went off a little bit, and that was my fault.
Okay.
Let's get back on topic. And it was just something about how the Most High translates the kingdom from one nation to another based on, number one, the pride of men. And the pride of men equals the exploitation of the poor.
Yep.
And the covetousness and taking advantage of people who have less than you. Okay? And that's why the Most High switches kingdoms over. And that's why the Most High was angry at our princes and kings. So we're going to go to Micah chapter 2, verse 1 through 10. And the question was, he says, is this supposed to be a continuous cycle of power? Well, the cycle of power breaks when the individual or the leader shows that they don't really care about the people. Then he replaces them and puts another person to give them a chance to do the same thing.
We have one scripture on that too.
Okay, let's do that first before we go to Micah.
Matthew 23 and 37.
What was
Matthew
Micah?
2 and 10. 2 verse 1 through 10. But Matthew 23 and 1, sir?
And 37.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 37.
Yep. Oh, don't go there yet. We're going to go there in a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Hold that. Because we're going to go there like down the line. We'll deal with the priest. We got it, though. Let's go to Micah 2 and 10. 2 verse 1 through 10.
Micah chapter 2 and verse 1 through 10 says, woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds.
He says, woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. That means woe to the person that's in power, that's meditating on creating laws and approaches and policies in their beds to sit back and keep the poor broke and keep the elites and rich. Because this is what's happening. Read on.
When the morning is light, they practice it because it is in the power of their hands.
They're practicing policies. He says destruction to the people in power that are practicing policies to exploit the weak, to exploit the innocent, to take advantage of the ones who have less. Read on.
Okay. And they covet fields.
This is how you know their policies. They're setting up policies because they want people's land. They want people's property. They want to sit back and usurp ownership over people. So they got to devise ways and legalities and loopholes and laws to take advantage of people and to get the things they want.
It's legal looting.
Exactly.
Legalized looting.
Exactly. It was just like when we read about Ahab. Remember Ahab tried to buy this piece of land from a man? And the guy said, no, I want to keep my property. I think the guy's name was Nahar. And his wife said, listen, you're the king, right? He says, yeah. He said, give me the signet. I'll get the job done. His wife, which is Jezebel, created a false accusation against him and said that he slandered the king. And because he said he slandered the king, she got him killed. And that land went to Ahab.
And he wanted to make a garden with it.
I just want a garden, to prance in the garden. Wow. So she sat back here, set up a false accusation, and took this man's land. This is what's been happening when we had our power. They're taking advantage of people. Come on. So he says, and they covet fields, read on.
And take them by violence.
And take them by violence, read on.
And houses, and take them away. So they oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage.
They said they're taking away a man's family heritage. All these lands, not the cities, but the lands were given by the Most High to the people. Right?
Okay.
That land wasn't supposed to be sold. Listen, lands in the city you could sell, but you couldn't sell your ancestral land. Yeah. That land was supposed to stay in your family in perpetuity. That was what it was supposed to, but they were creating ideas and plans and systems and laws to take people's lands from them. Yes. Now, if a man was in debt, he might have to let somebody use his land, profit from the what do you call it, or the harvest for however long he needs until the day of Jubilee comes around. And then when the day of Jubilee comes around, everything resets and you get back your property. But property wasn't supposed to be sold and taken from you. You weren't supposed to lose your property like that. But these leaders, these princes, were devising ways to take people's property and their own sustenance from them. Read on.
Even if they decided to become a servant to the person they were indebted to, you were still supposed to let them go after 50 years.
And they were supposed to have their land back like normal.
Yep.
They weren't supposed to lose their land in perpetuity. Was that?
Yep. Yeah, like indentured service. You could hand out your labor if you owe somebody and couldn't pay them back. You could become their servant, but they had to let you go. It wasn't a permanent thing.
And that's the point. And this is why Moses says these people were taking away people's heritages, their land, their birthrights,
family wealth.
They were taking
generational wealth.
They were taking their generational wealth away from because they coveted their property. What's that?
You mean to tell me that was supposed to stay like that, and then these people have devised all types of real estate?
People that look like you and me.
These people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's not get that twisted.
Okay, they just made some real estate laws and stuff.
Yeah.
And yank your
Yes, that's what we were doing.
And then called it legal.
Yes.
And it happens today.
Well, it happens today still, but it happened. We did it first.
So we started it.
We were hustling and stealing and robbing and scheming and plotting to take things that didn't belong to us.
Wow.
This is what we were doing. Read on.
Verse 3. Therefore, thus saith the Most High, behold, against this family do I devise an evil, from which ye shall not remove your necks.
He says, therefore thus saith the Lord, behold, against this family do I devise evil, from which ye shall not remove your necks. Neither shall ye go heartily, for this time is evil. What is about family? This family of princes. This family of kings and princes. They were the ones that were sitting back here and creating evil for our people. So the princes had to get punished. It was the princes and the kings. When we went over Jeremiah, all we read about is the princes and kings and the priests doing wicked, being off, being negative, corrupted, taking advantage of people. Let's keep going.
Verse 4. In that day.
Somebody had a question? Oh, yes, sis. I'm sorry.
Is it because the more money you have, the more power you have, or is it because you want more money that you're being so
we were covetous. The scripture said we were covetous, meaning we weren't happy with what we had. Even the ones that were rich.
So you want to take, even though you have all this money and all these people, you want to take what the other man has.
Think about this. Listen, and you're right 100%, but that's us now. Are we happy with what we have? And then the question is, if we got more, will we be happy with that?
No.
And if we got more then, will we want more? That's the problem. We don't know. We'd have never learned to just be appreciative of what we got and be okay with it. That's the issue. So the covetousness keeps us. You know what you start learning when you really have power. I don't got to work that hard. I just got to think. I just got to outthink the poor man. When you got more power, all I got to do now is create a policy and a system that assures that I get paid and y'all stay broke. Think about the idea of slavery, right? Everybody talks about, what people don't realize is that the idea of freeing the slaves did not come from the United States government. Who knows where the idea of freeing the slaves came from?
Probably wasn't linked to it.
Hell no, it was a different country. The British decided slavery needs to stop. You know why the British decided that slavery needs to stop?
Probably had some profit in that.
Well, first of all, the British used their navy, which was the strongest in the world, to start cutting off slave traders, to not letting them continue the exporting of slaves. But their reasoning was this, and it's in a book called The Wealth of Nations. Hey, I can make more money off these black people if I don't have to pay for their housing, their food, their medication, taking care of them. Why don't I change my economic system to where I can have them live in the hood, have them pay rent, have them pay their own insurance that I control, have them go buy food from me. I can make more money off them, not having them be slaves. And I can get them to work harder because they think they're free.
That's the idea.
I can get the most out of you if you think you're a free man and you can go work. But you don't realize that you're working for me still because I own the manufacturing companies.
Right.
I own the structures. But then, hey, I might lose a little bit because I got to pay you a wage. Whereas slavery, I didn't pay you no wage. But you know what? If you calculate it right, I'm paying you a wage, but I own property over here in these apartments over here. So that money I'm giving you is really going back to me at the apartment complex.
More efficient business.
And that money that you're also getting is going to food that I own. So I'm making the profit back. So now in slavery, you're just saving me money in labor. I still got to fork out the bill for your lodging. I got to give you food still.
Healthcare.
I got to give you health care. Yep. I'm losing money. I can make more money if I reset the system. And that's what the British came up with. And all they did is use their military naval power to enforce a system that they established with the East Indians in India and all the countries that they had jurisdictions over with in all the countries they had power over. The United States was just late to the party. So they didn't want to change their way. But the system was more efficient. And the British realized, I can get more out of you if you think you have a choice. Look at us now. We work harder now because we think we have choice. Whereas if you don't think you got choice, you're angry. You move slower. If you got option, you're going to move a lot farther, a lot faster.
Because you're going to try to get your way out of it.
And then you realize you don't realize you're in a hamster wheel.
Yep.
But you can go as fast as you want. You're just going to be tired.
That sounds like the policy that you were explaining with the other countries. Hey, get along.
Yeah.
Get along. We'll
You're just going to keep working, but we're making money. That's the system. The British made that up. And then the Americans locked in and realized that made sense. That's it. It's that simple. Does that make sense?
Wow.
So they realized, so slavery wasn't abolished because they just love black people. They're like, listen, that has nothing to do with it. Listen, how can I make the most money out of each person? How can I get the most out of you? This way makes more sense.
The politics and social politics is first ruled by economics.
Mm-hmm.
Economics rules politics. So what you see on this world stage and on presentations and people, they're just actors to convince the mass populace to lock into another economic policy.
It has nothing to do with color. Color and race. That's nothing to do with it.
Vote for me, more jobs.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to open up more jobs.
Yeah.
What is more jobs?
Who are you saying the actor for?
I'm saying the people
Oh,
that are
I got
fighting
you.
for politics, black, and the color, they're just playing a role to pull in people.
Because they're getting funded too.
Because they have bosses.
Listen, who created the NAACP in the first place? Edomites did. How about that? Edomites did.
Wow.
Amalek.
Amalek Edomites.
That's it.
Edomites. Yeah.
Do you know you are in the Matrix? Take the blue pill, my brother. Wake up. You realize, this gooey this goo. I want some free. Purple goo.
I want some freedom.
Why are these plugs in my head? You are awake. Yes, I want you to question that.
No, I'm saying it's the same thing where they're getting the money because you spend it, but they're also taxing, so they're even making more on top.
Yeah, that's another caveat where all these guys who are leaders of industry in these other arenas, everybody gets their cut. But the illusion of freedom, now I don't have to sit back and worry about slave revolts. I can go to sleep where I can go to sleep well. I don't got to worry about you running off.
They just march. They start dancing, marching. We're dancing. We're marching. It went from marching to dancing. Like marching was honorable. What's diminished to now?
Boycotting was at least working a little bit.
That was working.
Yeah.
That was affecting economies.
Yeah.
You went from there to We're dancing.
Now I don't gotta hang out with you. I don't gotta be a rapport with you because these Edomites in the south said these niggas is like our family. We treat them like family. Now these Edomites and Edom, I don't gotta deal with you at all. I can stay in my room. You work over here and get your tail back home and keep making me money. That's the reality. The Brits set the tone for how policy has been rendered since the 1800s. The only thing the Americans perfected was propaganda. They made that They made that special.
I believe it.
You can't beat America's propaganda. It is creme de la creme. Now they don't believe it. But in the 80s and 70s, America was a place to be.
Go rock,
boy. Come on,
If I could change, you can change.
Everybody
can change. Listen. People love that. Top Gun.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody wants to be Top Gun.
Listen, the whole world wanted to be like America in the 70s and 80s.
Hollywood was behind that.
That's the point. That's propaganda. Anyway, we'll go into that another time.
The Germans initiated it.
I'll take one too.
Anything, sir?
Yeah, whatever you.
I said, wherever you guys, you going somewhere, man. Something you're doing that. Okay. You got something? I'm gonna go back into that. Okay.
Yeah, well, actually, yes. It was on the Proverbs chapter 20 verse 27, 27 and 20. Proverbs chapter 27 verse 20.
Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 20.
Yeah, it was something you said earlier, and about the greed that exists that keeps propelling people to make these crooked policies. Read on.
Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 20. Hell and destruction are never full.
But it's not so much the first part of this verse, but the second part says what?
So the eyes of man are never satisfied.
It says, so the eyes of man is never what?
Satisfied.
So even if you did have a little bit more money, would you be satisfied? Nah. That's the problem. Because man's eyes are never satisfied. He's never content with what he has and what he possesses. If you have one, you want two.
Yeah.
If you have three, you want more.
Yeah.
So no matter what you got, it's never good enough.
Why do you think the Israelis are fighting Hamas? You know what they don't tell you? You know, Hamas is South Palestine, right? Hamas is a Hamas
group.
Is a political group. It's not a military necessarily. It's a political group. You know who financed Hamas? Netanyahu 10, 15 years ago. The Israelis financed the Hamas people. And the Hamas, their base of operation is in Qatar. Qatar is ran by the United States. How about them apples? Wow. So their money and their finance comes from countries that are United States and Israeli backed. So you watch the situation and all these wicked Hamas, they're on the same game. Right. And then, Hamas sold out. And now they're sitting back. They're okay with Hamas coming out here. I mean, what these Israelis come out and try to break South Palestine. Listen, Israel is not enough for them. They want it all. They want all the territory. They want South.
They don't want a two-state territory.
They don't want that. They don't want a two-state country. They want it all. That's the deal. That's all someone said. Listen, what they got is not enough. They want the whole thing. They were trying to get Egypt to take Hamas out and take them. Or take the Palestinians out. They said, Egypt, let the Palestinians in, the people, and you can come in and bring them in later. They said, no, that's not true. If we let you in, we're going to put a blockade in our country. Because we let them in, You're never letting them back out. You're never going to let them back in, and we're stuck with them. And we got to feed them and take care of them and house them. Nope, we're not doing that. Because they were going to sit back here and send the Gazian people, the Palestinians, South Palestine, all the way to Egypt. And then tear it up, tear it down, and put apartment complexes and houses and cribs and stuff out. That's what they were trying to do. What did you say that one?
I would say the U.S. Either vetoed or negated the full entrance of Palestine to the U.N. So they would at least get some more rights. At least it would go towards that one.
A voice. They're locked in together. They want to take them out. Anyway,
It's colonization on another level.
Exactly, it's all it is. It's about power and money. We talked about how that Ben Gurion Canal, they want that space to put a canal in there so they can sit back here and not use the Suez Canal, and they'll have control over their own ports so Israel can make more money. Let's continue. You got more on your point? Let's continue in Micah 2.
Micah chapter 2 and verse 4. In that day shall one take up a parable against you, and lament with a doleful lamentation, and say, we be utterly spoiled. He hath changed the portion of my people. How have he removed it from me?
So the Most High is saying, this doleful means the sorrowful lamentation.
Yeah.
He says, coming up, all of you are going to lament. And the princes are going to be spoiled. He says, I'm going to take your land. I'm going to take your property. Because all you were doing is exploiting the poor. Think about this. When the nations came in, when Babylon came in and took over Israel, the poor were still the what? The poor were still the what? The poor. The rich and the elite princes, they were the ones whose lives got really changed and switched over. The rich and the elite, they got put to what where they were utterly spoiled. The Jews that were poor were being spoiled by the spoiling Jews. So the nations came out and spoiled the people that were doing the spoiling. That's how the Most High translates the kingdom from one country to another. The people that are doing the spoiling, they get spoiled. People that are creating the policy to destroy people, they get taken over now. The poor were still going to be the poor. But when the poor got sent to Babylon, they were put in better conditions than how we had them in Jerusalem. Let's continue.
God. He hath changed the portion of my people. How have he removed it from me? Turning away, he had divided our fields.
The rich got their fields divided in two and taken. That's justice. Because they were dividing the fields of the poor. Now their fields get divided.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 5. Therefore, thou shalt have none that shall cast a cord by lot in the congregation of the Most High.
He says, I'm not going to sit back here and have any more people sit back here casting lots for the land of our people. Read on.
Prophesy ye not, say they to them that prophesy. They shall not prophesy to them that they shall not take shame.
Read on.
Thou art, it says, thou that art named are the house of Jacob. Is the spirit of the Most High straightened? Are these his doings?
He says, is the spirit of the Lord straightened? Let me get that word, straightened. He says, is the spirit of the Lord to be made narrow? Because that's what straightened is. You can read that in 2 Ezra 7. Read verse 7 again.
Right. It says, oh, that thou art named the house of Jacob. Is the spirit of the Most High straightened? Are these his doings?
So listen, he's like, is the Most High in control of the princes straightening and making the people's life harder? The Most High is not in control of this. Most High is not the one that's allowing the princes, or he's not the one that's having the princes make the lives of the people miserable. Most High is not in control of these doings. They're in control of the doings. They're responsible for this. Read on.
Are these his doings?
Listen, the exploitation of the people is not the Most High's doings. Read on.
One definition is be grieved or vexed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the Most High Spirit vexing the poor people.
Yep. The princes are vexing the poor people.
Right.
Read on.
Do not my words do good to him that walketh uprightly?
He says, my words say if you walk uprightly, good's going to happen to you.
Good.
But you guys are being poor, you're living right and still getting used. That's not my works. Those are the works of the princes. Read on.
Verse 8. Even of late, my people is risen up as an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Ye pull off the robe with the garment from them that pass by securely, as men averse from war.
Let's think of a verse real quick.
Verse 1828.
How you get that so fast?
You know me.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Right?
Yeah.
Did you say like a verse. You mustn't say words and nothing. What's going on here, huh?
Yes.
I just typed 3 letters and you're like, a verse. I got it already. What are you doing, man? What's going on here?
40 years ago, huh? Now,
Bro.
1828, Webster's Dictionary, a verse. Disliking, unwilling, having a repugnance of mind,
Mm-hmm. Read on.
unfavorable, indisposed, malice.
Con. So unfavorable, disliking from war. So read verse 8 again. We're going to slow it down.
Con, Micah chapter 2, verse 8. Even of late, my people is risen up as an enemy.
My people have risen up as an enemy of the Lord. Okay. Read on.
Ye pull off the robe with the garment from them that pass by securely, as men averse from war.
This you pull off the robe with the garment from them that pass by securely, as men averse from war. Read on.
The women of my people have ye cast out from their pleasant houses.
So what is he saying? He's saying that the leadership is taking off the clothing of the people. He's taking off the clothing of the people, the sustainability of the people, and he's kicking women out of houses. The rich, the elites, the princes are casting the women out of their pleasant houses. It means the widows. Read on.
It says, from their children have ye taken away my glory forever.
They're exploiting the men. They're exploiting the women. They're exploiting the children. They're just taking advantage of people all around. Read on.
Verse 10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest, because it is polluted.
He says, this country that's ruled by our people is not our place of rest. The place is polluted by what? A bunch of corrupt leaders. Okay? This country this isn't about America. This is Jewland. Huh? He said the Israel, Jerusalem is polluted. Read on.
It shall destroy you, even with a sword destruction.
The pollution, the corruption was going to destroy everybody that was in it. The poor and the rich. The rich were going to keep being corrupted.
They're not going to change.
And the poor were going to keep being exploited. Okay?
We're going to get a verse on
Yes,
that
sir.
too. Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 11.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 11.
Let me get it. Read that.
Right. For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
Now he said, for the poor shall never what?
Cease out of the land.
So he said, the poor shall never cease out of the land, right?
Right.
Why would the Most High, because some people will say this, why does God make people poor? Why is there poor and there's bad people living in poverty? If God is God, wouldn't that make him sound unfair? Wouldn't that make him sound unjust? That he let people be rich and let people be poor? Because the poor man will say, if there's a God, then why are we so poor?
God.
How is this fair? Yes, sir.
From what I've been learning, it's based on whether the Most High is stinging you or not. Maybe some things you've been doing.
Well, yeah, true. But if I step back and I take a look at the poor, or if I look at the condition of our people living in ghettos and slums and barrios and poor communities, how does God allow that? Why does God allow that? Let's read verse 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 7. If there be among you a poor man.
So the Most High said, if there be among you a poor man, read on.
Of one of thy brethren.
He said, and it's your people, read on.
Within any of thy gates.
And you witness a poor man within any of your gates, read on.
In thy land.
In your land, read on.
Which the Most High thy power giveth thee.
Read on.
Thou shalt not harden thine heart.
They said, thou shalt not what?
Harden thine heart.
Why does the Most High keep the poor around us?
So we don't harden our hearts.
To show proof and evidence if you don't know how to be a brother.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So if you understand what he just read, if you understand what you just read, the Most High lets people be poor so that he can determine who's a brother and who's not.
Yeah. Brother.
That's how the Most High can know if brotherhood is alive and well.
Okay.
Or if there's some people that are crooked and wickedness is alive and well.
Okay.
Because if wickedness is alive and well, then a poor person will be game for an extortioner.
Yep.
A poor person
target.
will be a target to somebody that's wicked.
But the on the other side, hold this, go right back to this point. 1 Corinthians 10 and 24. This is what we're supposed to be doing. Because this ties all in with that hardening of the heart, that stony heart that we have from people that we have advantage and leverage over.
Right. They're easy to manipulate.
Con.
1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 24. Let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth.
So if I'm in the mindset of seeking another man's wealth, I'm looking for the people who need. And I'm going to give my resources and time to the people who need. Who are the people who need? The poor. So that's how everybody gets balanced out. There's a verse where it says the person who had more had no lack. No, I'm trying to. If you can find that verse, can you talk about how the person who had over didn't have any over?
1 Corinthians chapter 8.
But the person who didn't have enough didn't lack. That's the mindset. The most it's that one, but I think it's another one. It's the exact word. I think it was an.
He that had gathered had nothing over, and he that had gathered had no lack. 8 and 15.
Okay, it wasn't. Let's go there real quick.
What was that?
2 Corinthians 8 and 15.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 15. It says, as it is written, he that had gathered much had nothing over.
Listen, you're supposed to be rich. If you are rich, your extra should be used for the disposal of the ones who need. That's what it means. But if you gathered much, that means you won. That means you have an opportunity to sit back and get what you need to sustain your family, and the extra goes to people who what? Who need. So it was mentally, we weren't supposed to sit back and keep gathering and gathering and gathering above what we need. That wasn't what we were meant to do. Right. If the Most High blessed you with more, you were supposed to take your extra and disperse it to people who need it. Read on.
It says, and he that had gathered little had no lack.
Because the person that gathered little got compensated and covered by the person who gathered much. Does that make sense?
Right.
That's how the Most High sees a body and a family working together in harmony to where everybody is sustained.
You wouldn't need welfare if people believed the scriptures. When we had our own crops, what were the corner of your crops for?
Yep.
For the poor. You were naturally in your sacrifices and your blessings supposed to sustain the priesthood. Not saying we need some money. But you're supposed to sustain the priesthood if they're righteous, and you're supposed to sustain the poor.
Yep.
You're supposed to live a life of charity.
Yep.
That would be the equalizer
yes.
of the economy.
Your extra covered people who didn't have anything, who had less.
And in theory, there really shouldn't be no poor people.
But you know what that also means? There shouldn't be poor people and there shouldn't be rich people.
Right.
There should be people who have enough to sustain themselves. There should be people that have enough to sustain themselves, and there shouldn't be poor people. So everybody should be in a constant same position.
You wouldn't have power to get behind bad decision making.
But then this is what Esau says, though.
Fair society.
But this is what Esau says. That's called communism. And Esau says this: how do you keep people motivated if there's no incentive for people to work harder and push? The motivation is love for your people. But people don't sit back and equate spiritual concepts in a political position.
And we don't push any kind of concept. We don't push no secular governmental concept. We don't push no communism here. We don't push that.
No,
we
we
push
don't.
the Bible.
No, we don't.
your Bible concept. We're not advocates.
We're not hammering simple guys.
We're not advocates for some political theory, bro. We're advocates for Christ.
Yes, thank you for saying that. Somebody say these guys are commies.
I just had to push that because listen, there's flaws in every single vein of government created by man, but there's not flaws in government created by the Father.
Yep,
it's the truth. When the men make up governments, it's always got some kind of little game behind it.
Yeah, well, it's for the purpose of an imbalance.
Listen, don't forget Stalin when he sat back here and had all the people in the crops. Listen, Stalin sat back and took all the crops the people made in Ukraine and all the outside territories, sent them all to Moscow. What was all that? That's not love. What's going on?
That's love.
People were dying. People were dying in Ukraine and these outside extensions of Ukraine of Russia. Because he wouldn't allow them to keep enough to sustain themselves for the winter out. They would take all crops. The police would go in and make sure they weren't hiding any extra crops out. So there was nothing for these people to eat out.
They said they were eating straw roofs.
Kinda.
The kids were eating the straw that they were using for the roofs.
People don't read about like suffering the world people in the world went through. Right? Yeah. Stalin was a monster. He took everybody's SHIT and took it to Moscow and St. Petersburg and made sure they were good.
That's crazy, bro.
That's what happened. Millions were dying.
Russia is huge.
I know that. They did the same thing in China. When Mao Zedong was sitting back here running things. They were into cannibalism at that point. They didn't eat. These are real things, these are real stories. Anyway. But what the Mosai is saying is Mosai gave individuals advantages so they can use their advantages and their excess to help people that don't have the excess. And that's how you determine if a person got a stony heart or a fleshy heart. Where's your compassion? And then you can show a person has a stony heart, then even greater by how much you exploit those people that don't have anything already. And that's when you start, like we read in Ecclesiastes 10, how that you start losing your soul now. They say how many things you start crafting to get more from people that already have nothing. Y'all got that?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask an obvious question, but is that just just another extension of greed?
Yeah.
But greed has a consequence. The consequence of greed is a lack of brotherhood and a lack of love. And that's the consequence of greed. Somebody's gonna come up and somebody's gonna go down. And that's the consequence of greed. But finish that in Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
Real quick. Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 7. It says, if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren.
What is the Most High looking for us to do when we see poor people, of our brothers, of our people? Read on.
It says, if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land,
go ahead,
which the Most High thy power giveth thee,
read.
Thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother.
Go ahead.
But thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him.
You're supposed to open your hand what?
Wide unto him.
What does a parent teach their children to do with each other? Share. That's the first lesson you teach your kids. If you don't share, I'm gonna take it from you too. You don't know how to share? I'm gonna take the little you got because you don't know how to share it. I don't want to share it. Well, you can't have it either. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got to deal with children, because you're teaching them a bigger lesson that the parent's not gonna be there forever. So I gotta learn that when my parents are gone, I gotta learn how to take care of my brothers because they're not gonna be here.
Yep.
So when the parents gotta know that when I'm gone, I know that my kids will take care of each other, no matter what. When my presence is not here anymore, you gotta teach that on a national level as well, not just on a household level. You gotta learn how to eliminate division out of a national level. Kids don't get along because they always cry about the imbalance. He got this and I didn't get that. He got that toy, I didn't get no toy. How come he get the candy, I didn't get no candy? How you let him do this and watch TV, I didn't watch TV. You don't know how to share the remote? You don't know how to share. What you do? You turn the whole TV off.
Listen, what happens is like, you give one kid 30 minutes of the show, you better damn sure get that other kid 30 more minutes of the show he wants. Right? If you don't, it's a damn fight. Right? They are damn near boxing. Right?
They boxing over that remote, and you make
a powerful thing.
But you make them watch one TV so they can learn how to share. You don't give them their TVs in their own room.
But you can't give them and you can't let them watch the show they want to watch. Right?
No, you can't.
We're gonna make everybody else go. They watch Nature Channel.
We're gonna watch animals.
Yeah. I don't want to watch this.
You watch animals out. That's what you're gonna watch.
You don't want to watch it, go to bed. That's the answer. You don't want to watch that, go to bed.
Oh, one of the boys was like, I actually like the animal show. Let's put that back on.
Okay,
but you how do you teach that on a national level? You got to teach sharing, bro. Sharing is caring.
Yep.
But our people don't know how to share.
Yep.
Whether they kids or whether they grown as adults.
Yep.
They don't know how to share. Read on.
It says, "Nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother, but thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need."
It said, "You shall surely lend him sufficient for what?
For his need.
Read.
And that which he wanteth."
And what he asking you for. Verse 10. Read.
Verse 10 hit verse 9. Can I read verse 9?
Okay.
Read verse 9.
Verse 9. "Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked
He says,
heart."
don't start being a smart guy here. And start crunching numbers. Because this is how people be thinking. This the smart guy when it comes to giving. Read on.
"Saying, the 7th year, the year of release."
The year of release is coming.
Yeah.
It's the year of release means whatever I give this person, this brother, in a couple years, I ain't getting it back.
He don't have to pay it
I
back.
don't got to pay it back.
Yeah.
So I'm giving this for free, and I ain't getting no retribution back. So now the wheels of the mind start spinning. You know this brother, and you want to say this brother. You want to say the N word, but you say brother. You know this brother ain't coming back to get his back.
He don't have to give it back.
But I know that he doesn't have to. So if I'm giving this dude, I'm giving Ned to wind up some more money out. Now my mind is sweet. Says, don't let this go through your wicked heart. That your thinking starts switching up because you know you ain't gonna get nothing out the deal. Because it's okay to give something to somebody you know you'll get it back. That's light work. Okay, his brother's down. I know him. I see him next week. It's cool. I see him in a month or 2 years.
Yeah.
He's good for it. I'm not worried about it. So that's not giving. The giving is when you know you're going to give and you know you ain't getting it back. That's when you know, okay, damn, man, now I got to think about this. He says, don't even get into this thinking mode. Now you know you ain't getting it back. There's a 95% probability you're going to take an L on this one. I'm going to say 95% probability you're going to take an L because the year release is coming and he going to walk at you and smile. And this is God's year release. I'm off the hook.
I love the 7th year.
and it even gets worse, on the brother, when you start contemplating, what is he going to do with that money?
Well, that's the point. But that's the thinking. The thinking is you can't think about what year is it. Is this the year he going to sit back and get something and be off the hook by the law of the Most High? Read verse 9 again.
Verse 9. "Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand. And thine eye be evil against thy poor brother. And thou..."
He's trying to get me.
And now, read on.
"And thou givest him..."
I ain't going to give him this money because I know you don't give it back to me.
Yep.
He said, you can't operate like that. Now,
He said that's wickedness.
That's wicked. That's a wicked heart.
Yeah.
If you're angry, that you gotta give something to somebody, knowing you won't get it back, and you sit back and execute that, and say, you know what, I ain't gonna do it because I know I ain't getting it back. Yes, sis. Now listen, there is context to this. Scripture does say, "Give to the godly man."
Yep.
So we ain't sitting back here giving the thuggalicious over here, right?
Don't get to him. Huh?
Listen, listen, he ain't saying do that. But a person that's trying, and you know he ain't have it, and you won't get it back, it might, in our present day, it's not about the year of release. This is the fact that the year, I know this can't give me back. I know it ain't happening. It ain't income tax.
Oh, man.
So listen, this income tax happened. It's June now. You ain't getting no more income tax, B. It ain't happening. So if you're gonna give, you're gonna give. That's what. If you're gonna give. Don't give us some expectation that's gonna come back to you. That's what's being said, and it's wickedness if you start plotting and thinking as if I'll choose to give to somebody if I know it's gonna come back to me. That's what this is saying. So read verse 9 again.
So it's fake givers, just like
I know.
corporations. We're going to give to these people. But
They give because they know they get the tax write-off. So they're saving money by giving money up.
Because they're going to lose it in taxes anyway.
That's the point. So they're saving bread.
They got to find a charity that their brother has created.
Yes.
Or their wife created.
Yep.
And give to that charity. So that's, because that's tax-free, So then that money will come right back anyway.
That's so true.
Yep. Yes, sis?
But if you are without and you are dependent on someone else, then you most likely that's not good. Somebody that depends on another man's
Table.
Well, because the scripture talks about a man has to work.
Yeah.
Come.
work you don't. So if you're continually dependent on somebody, then how are we supposed to continually help you if you're continually
Dependent.
being without?
And that's the sentiment. Listen, the scripture doesn't sit back and go into the nuances about why this guy's broke. He could have one leg and can't work no more. He can have a debilitating injury. Listen, we didn't have 401ks and retirement plans. What we had to live off of the love and brotherhood and consideration of our people. The first thing that we did was left enough food in our land, left our crops available for people to graze. That was the first way we showed love to people. And then this is a community-wide effort. It's not just one person having to carry you forever.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
This is a community coming together and doing this.
When
And
you read-
we're still dealing with, if we're in the right spirit, what's the spirit of this? How can we help this brother get on his feet? How can we help this person?
we did it a couple months ago. Brothers coming through in the chat section up.
The chat section?
Yeah.
We had,
Okay,
swindler.
yeah. Okay.
We had digital swindler. He took it to the next level.
A digital swindler.
A digital swindler. He took it to the next level. He was putting his hand out in congregations online, putting his cash app in the comment section. But he had several congregations hitting up. He had a little system going.
He could be listening right now.
Hey, so be it.
It's cool.
The whole thing is, we said no problem. We'll send some bread, and we did.
And then what we did is said, hey, if you need to sustain yourself, come down to the city. We will help you come down here and give you an opportunity for a job to get on your feet. First, come down and learn the scriptures, see if this is what you want to do, and we'll give you an opportunity for a job.
We'll build you up. We weren't sitting here, going to keep sending resources. Listen, we'll give you the better resource.
We'll give you long-term help.
Con.
And then we got cursed out.
And he disappeared.
No, we got cursed out first.
We got
It's Emma F. Snoop, Emma F. Dre, Emma F. That kind of cursing out. We got cursed out like that.
Yeah. But first it was Shalom brothers.
Yeah.
In
the mighty spirit of Yeshua.
Yeah, your fellow brother is hurting.
Yeah.
First it was that, and then once he realized that hand wasn't gonna get fed
Forever.
yeah, then it was like, well, come down here, we're gonna open up something for you. You know what I'm saying? Then it was, hey, F y'all this, F y'all that. That's why giving is that's a sensitive topic. That's a sensitive topic and a topic of its own. Knowing how to give, knowing when to give. Those are sensitive. That's a whole topic in itself. That's a whole class within itself. But it doesn't mean that there will not be poor people. Give you an example of this. Go to Acts chapter 3, or start at verse 2.
Acts chapter 3 and verse 2.
Start at verse 1.
Verse 1. Now Peter and John went up together into the temple at the hour of prayer.
Now this is Peter and John going to the temple to do what?
Praying.
They're gonna go pray. Read on.
Being the ninth hour.
Go ahead.
And a certain man, lame from his mother's womb,
They
was
said
carried
this man has been lame for how long?
Since his mother's womb.
It's his mother's womb. That means that this man could not help himself. This man didn't have the ability, obviously, to work. This man was handicapped and crippled to a position where he had been in a lifelong situation and circumstance. Read on.
Whom they laid daily at the gate of the temple.
And so his family laid him daily at the gate of the temple. Read on.
Which is called Beautiful.
Go ahead.
To ask alms of them.
It said, what was his daily job?
Ask alms.
So that was his profession. Because that's all.
What is this? I need to hear more about
Yeah,
this.
yeah. This was his profession.
Man.
Because,
Where is this at?
This is in Acts,
Man.
chapter 3. He said they laid him daily at the temple to ask the people for what?
Alms.
Alms, bro. This is how he sustained himself, was by asking for alms. Do you have any extra? Alms is what you have that's extra.
Yep.
Do you have anything extra? Read on.
On top of what you just gave alms at the church.
Yeah, because you had to get your tights.
You gotta give your alms with the body. Now I want some alms too.
Yep.
Anyway.
Read on.
To ask alms of them that entered into the temple.
What verses is that, sir?
It's probably verse 4 right now.
That was verse 2.
Verse 2? Yeah, let's read on down.
Verse 3. Who seeing Peter and John about to go into the temple, asked an alms. And Peter, fastening his eyes upon him with John.
So Peter and John both saw this man that was lame since his mother's womb. Read.
Said, look on us.
They said, look at us. Hey, shalom, brother. Read.
And he gave heed unto them, expecting to receive something of them.
He said he was expecting to receive what?
Something of them.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. That's his daily routine. He was in an expectation to receive a handout. Some people are accustomed to receiving handouts. And they expect that.
Yeah.
And because of their particular condition. Read on.
Verse 6. Then Peter said, silver and gold have I none.
They say we ain't got what?
Silver and gold.
What does that mean?
I ain't got it.
I don't got no money for you, brother. This is Peter and John, brother.
Yeah.
You know Peter, the head of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Christ, at this point, Christ made Peter the head of the church.
Yep.
The head of the church told this man, I don't got no money for you. That's the head of the church.
Mm-hmm.
He said what?
Says, silver and gold have I none, but such as I have give I thee.
He said, but what I do have, I will give you. But, so do you give him nothing at all? No. That means that you can give somebody something.
Yeah.
It may not be what they expect, though.
Yeah.
It may not be what they expect. They be expecting a handout.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said, but I won't leave you with nothing. I'm not going to leave you empty-handed. But what I will give you, I'll give you something. Read on.
In the name of Yahushua of Nazareth.
Read.
Rise up and walk. And he took him by the right hand and lifted him up. And immediately his feet and ankle bones received strength. And he, leaping up, stood and walked and entered with them into the temple, walking and leaping and praising the Most High.
So who got the glory on this?
The Most High.
The Most High got the glory. But did they give him some money?
Nah.
No.
But now he can sit back and get up and do something with his hands now.
But he can do something for himself.
He can feed himself now.
Right. So this is the expectation of people. But people be hitting us up thinking that they're going to get some money from us. But we don't have money to give. But what we can give you, it can work if you have faith.
Yep.
It can change your life if you believe.
Right.
But a lot of people would rather just open their hands and beg than just take what the Most High can give you, which we've done. Like Dawiyah just brought out. A brother was, saying my feet was damaged. I can't work. But you're our age, brother. You're not even an old man. You're of a working man. You're in your prime of your strength still. You're in your mid-30s. But you're saying you got sores on your feet. But if you actually stop walking and begging, there won't be sores. We can get you some work, or a variety of work, where you don't have to be on your feet, but you can still work, and you can still get your spirit strong.
And maybe the feet issue is a diet issue.
Maybe it's a diet issue.
Let's sit back here and figure out how to get you right so you can get walking.
Right.
Huh?
Or some better shoes.
That's the
But
point.
I remember a brother, this is years ago.
It could be gout.
It was a miracle to me. It wasn't like a real miracle, but to me it was a miracle. I'm at the mall, selling some oils, bro. And this skinny Judite, curly hair, he was real skinny. And he was like, hey, man, can I get some money? I said, okay, go hook him up with $1 or $2. Man. It's all good. Next day, hey man, I get some. I said, whoa. I said, hey man, I'm working right now. I hit you. I got you, bro. I started seeing everybody in the mall. And I realized it was every day. Every day he would hit people up, and that was his routine for about a month. And then he would see me, and he knew I was gonna hit him up. I was gonna hook him up.
I saw you coming.
Yeah, I would ignore him, and he would ignore me. It was so uncomfortable. And then one day he just popped up on me. Hey, I said, oh man, bro. He said, man, I need some money, man. And I said, bro, I had to be real with him. It was so uncomfortable for me, bro. I said, brother.
Most people are uncomfortable. They don't want to say nothing.
I said, brother, how are you gonna sustain a wife if you're always asking other men or people for finances? How are you gonna sustain a wife? He said, you know what? I never thought of that. He walked away. 2 weeks later, he comes back with a job and a girlfriend. And he said, hey, bro, it worked. I got a wife. No joke. He said, I got a wife.
Oh, it only took you 2 weeks, sir?
But
That's
just listen, bro. The dude
That's quick, guys.
Listen, he said, I want to thank you because no one ever told me that. A lot of times people need their problems solved. They need counsel. They need direction.
Or they need to see the importance of change.
They need to see the importance of change.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I'm like, I just don't. I don't embarrass him. I don't embarrass me. It's uncomfortable. I'm like, bro, you never seen a wife like that. He came back to the mall dressed up, fly. He came with glasses and he was looking good. And I'm like, man, this guy looks great. It was like 3 weeks. It wasn't like 2 weeks, but
2 weeks is quick, guy.
yeah, it was.
You didn't get paid yet. You didn't get your first check yet. If you,
but
you got it takes 2 weeks before you get your first check. 3 weeks, really?
he took the advice, and it was some we think it's common sense. Like Sean Shawan said, some people have to emphasize the importance of change, advocate the importance of change. And the dude, he's been doing good ever since.
That is a miracle.
That to me was
That's a miracle.
I could not believe it. I said the little bitty counsel. I just don't want the pressure anymore. I ain't gonna lie. That's counseling for me, guy. I said, man, listen, you can hit me every day, bro. I'm hitting people for taxes.
Everybody hit everybody.
Oh my God. Okay, you got any more on that? Excited? You will go back and do
No,
what?
that was it.
Okay, let's go off that train and let's get back into Let's go to Isaiah. We go. That was perfect. We're going to Isaiah chapter 59, and this still deals with the corruption of our people, and specifically, this deals with how bad it was approximately the time of King Manasseh. You remember King Manasseh? King Manasseh was really off the rails during his rulership and power. Okay, we're going to read this kind of quickly because I don't want to sit back and take too much time on this chapter. But verse 15 really hits. But I want to kind of lead up to that. Give me verse 1. Isaiah 59 verse 1. Oh, matter of fact, Corey, you got to leave. Let's get going.
You'll have a situation.
We got to set this up the night before, bro. This is, I don't know what to say, bro.
Dahawarcha, Shal Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayasha Allah.
Dawamarcha, Shoshamata, Badashar, Bayashala.
My fault.
What?
Let's
Let's do it again. Let's do it all again.
Yeah.
There was some glitching on my side too.
Yeah.
Dahawarcha, Shal Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayasha Allah.
Dawamarcha, Shoshamata, Badashar, Bayashala. Imagine. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakam.
It's like it that one. My fault.
He'll get it right.
You ready that one?
Yes, I'll just get it. I haven't got it already. Isaiah chapter 59.
Verse 1 through 10.
Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1. Behold, the Most High's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save, neither his ear heavy, that it cannot hear.
So the Most High can sit back here and save through any situation that he chooses to do so. Read on.
But your iniquities have separated between you and your power, and your sins have hid his face from you, that he will not hear.
He said, but there was so much wickedness going on amongst the kings and leadership of the people that the Most High is not listening to any of your requests at this time. Read on.
For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies. Your tongue hath muttered perverseness. None calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth.
He's telling you about the condition of our people at the time. The leadership's responsibility was to always deal with justice and judgment and truth. And he's like, nobody's calling for justice. Nobody is sitting back here pointing out how people are being done wrong and demanding judgment for the wrongdoers and the offenders. People are just getting taken advantage of left and right. And nobody's speaking up defending the people who are defenseless. Read on.
They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief.
It still goes back to the conceiving mischief, creating policies and ways to trap people. Okay?
And bring forth iniquity.
Mm-hmm.
They hatch cockatrice eggs.
Cockatrice's eggs are a mythical like serpent. Okay? But this mythical serpent's eggs are poisonous and venomous. What are they saying? They're creating venomous, poisonous plots to harm the people. Read on.
And weave the spider's web. He that eateth of their eggs dieth, and that which is crushed breaketh out into a viper.
Mm-hmm. They're creating systems and policies that are corroding the people from the inside out. And anybody that's affected by these policies and systems are being poisoned and polluted themselves. What is he saying? The power of the leadership. When they create poisonous systems, poisonous policies, everybody that touches it or is surrounded from it suffer and become poisoned themselves, become polluted themselves. Read on.
Their webs shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands.
So they're creating policies and they're enforcing the policies by violence. Read on.
Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood.
Listen, so he's saying the system of how our people operated in the country. We were quick. The leadership was quick to sit back here and shed innocent blood, harm people, take advantage of people. This was how it went down. He says we made haste to shed innocent blood. Read on.
Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their path.
Read on.
The way of peace they know not.
They don't know what peace is and mercy and love. Read on.
And there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace.
Con.
Therefore is judgment far from us. Neither doth justice overtake us.
So he says, because of all these wicked policies, there's no justice, there's no judgment amongst the people. Read on.
We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. We grope for the wall like the blind.
He says, we can't see anything. There's no light around us. It's nothing but darkness and corruption all around. This was how bad the kings and the rulers, especially Manasseh, operated. If you were good, if you were about good, if you were about honor, you were a target. If you weren't about this negative life, you couldn't survive in that environment. It was damn like some damn Mad Max stuff, huh? That's how bad it was. If you weren't about wickedness, if you didn't advocate wickedness, you were a target. This is what he's saying. If you weren't swindling and thugging and stealing, you couldn't survive in society at this particular time. Read on.
And we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday.
Because we had no clear spiritual vision. Read on.
As in the night. We are in desolate places as dead men.
Jump to verse 15.
Verse 15.
We can read the whole thing, but I want to jump to 15. This is the point. This is the residue of how leadership rode amongst our people. Read on.
Yeah, truth faileth.
Listen, it wasn't about truth. It wasn't about righteousness. It wasn't about justice. That didn't work during the time of this king. Read on.
And he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey.
The individual who was honorable and tried to live right, he was the prey. That means they was out to destroy the people that tried to live right. That's how bad it got amongst the Jews. Huh? If you were honorable, you wanted to live righteous, you were a target.
He was a good guy.
If you were a good guy, you was a dead guy. It's going to tell you. Read on.
And the Most High saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment.
The Most High was pissed that there was no judgment and that the righteous person was the prey. There's stories to talk about how Isaiah at this time was sawed in half by King Manasseh. Prophets were being murdered, good men were being murdered, and the wicked were allowed to roll and roam free. Now listen, towards the tail end of Isaiah deals with the tail end or the prime of King Manasseh's life. Why is that important? We're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 15 verse 1 through 15 verse 1 through 4. Because listen, what I just showed you is a glimpse of how bad the kingdom was when King Manasseh was running it. Righteous people were a target and a prey to get destroyed and killed and exploited. You had to be wicked to survive in that arena. Now read verse 1 through 4 in Jeremiah.
Jeremiah chapter 15 and verse 1. Then said the Most High unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people. Cast them out of my sight, and let them go forth.
He said, listen, even though Moses and Samuel did right by me, and they were great leaders, he said, man, my mind can't be about these people, man. I can't deal with them. I can't work with these people. Read on.
And it shall come to pass, if they say unto thee, whither shall we go forth? Then thou shalt tell them, thus saith the Most High, such as are for death to death.
So they says when the people ask, what's waiting for us? What's the next step? He says it's going to be death to the people that were about death. He says the leadership of our people were about death. You know why I'm talking about leaders? Because what was the first verse talking about in Jeremiah 15? Moses and Samuel. They were the leaders of the people. He said Moses and Samuel were good leaders. But these dudes, I can't deal with them. So when the leadership now is asking how the Most High feels about them, he says, man, death for death. Death's coming to y'all. Just like you sat back here and your forecast and judgment was death for the righteous, with no honor and no protection and judgment for the people. What is that?
That's the hell of a sentence.
Death for death. Read on.
Come.
And such as are for the sword.
The ones that are about killing and taking advantage of people by the sword. Read on.
To the sword.
The sword's coming to you. Leaders. Read on.
And such as are for the famine. To the famine.
That means there were leaders that were intentionally causing famines amongst the poor. This is how bad we led. We were causing famines to our own people. We were cutting off access to food and nourishment to prove a point, to punish, to extort.
Yeah.
This is how bad it got.
We were black King Juan Johns, huh? Same way. Regulating people. They say that he regulates his country by,
You mean Kim Jong-un?
Kim Jong-un, right?
Go ahead.
But
No, no way.
They said they say that what he does to regulate and control people. They say, I haven't researched enough, but according to legend, right, he hoards resources and starves people out in order to maintain order in his kingdom. And they have to eat. They have to eat poisonous plants to survive. They know after summer you can't eat any poisonous plants because based on the heat, you won't die from the poison. But when the heat is gone, they call springtime the season of death because those plants are fresh. So the plant chemicals inside the plants are potent and they'll kill you. But when it's summer and the season's over, summer and winter, you're able to eat those plants that are poisonous and still survive.
Like winter and fall then.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
cool.
winter and fall, you can survive off these poisonous
Fall,
plants
yeah.
because the chemicals aren't poisonous. But when they're fresh and brand new in springtime, to eat it, you'll die. So they call it the season of death because people are hungry and they still eat it. They die off. They say he's hoarding resources. That's just another method of controlling people.
And that's the point. But who did it first? Who did it first? We did it first. We're causing famine. He says the leaders were causing famines to the oppressed. Sword, death, and famine. Read on.
And such as are for the captivity.
The leaders were about the captivity of the people, the common man. They were throwing people in jail for false charges,
Yeah.
They were setting up false charges, phony charges, throwing you in jail, starving you out, taking your property. Or taking all your crops. How do you starve a person? You take his crops. You go ahead and starve them. This is what was going on.
I got a scripture right here to pull Matthew 7:2.
Okay.
For what measure ye judge, for what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again. So Most High has people deal with you the way you deal with your people.
And that's the point. How you judge your people is how you're going to get judged. And the people were being judged with all these different type of calamities. Starvation, sword, death, captivity, seizing of property. You know, you got to sit back and dig a little bit, but it shows, it doesn't say all the specifics, but you can read between the lines, huh? This is how bad the country got. This is how bad the people are being abused. We don't even get that here. Think about this. In these other countries, you'll sit back and read stories about this. In China, you hear about stories like an old communist Russia. You hear about stuff like this. In Africa, you have these Hamite guys rolling these bikes and trucks and with machetes and handguns. They're sitting back here stealing people and stuff. You'll read it there.
Yeah.
Most High has actually shown us a lot of mercy being in this place. Most High, listen. Am I sitting back here and saying this place is great? No. But we ain't going through this, are we? Listen, if you're going to jail more times than not, you're going to jail for doing some what?
Bad stuff.
Hey, listen, come on now. Are you getting your property seized because they don't like you? Or they just want your land?
Right.
It ain't like that. Am I sitting back here advocating for this place? No. But this is what our people were doing to our people. Seizing lands, killing people, starving them. But read verse 3.
Verse 3. And I will appoint over them 4 kinds, saith the Most
Over
High.
who? The leaders. He tells you in verse 1, it's the leaders. Read on.
The sword to slay.
So when Babylon was going to come, the sword was going to come to these leaders. Read on.
To slay. And the dogs to tear.
The dogs are going to tear the priest, the princes. Read on.
And the fowls of the heaven and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy.
That means you ain't going to get proper burials. You're going to get killed out in the streets like you did other people.
Yep.
They were just killing and murdering people, and the fowls and the beasts of the earth were eating them. That means you were sitting back here and not even giving people proper burials. You were treating them and killing them dishonorably. Because you're going to die dishonorably like you made other people die dishonorable. This is how bad it went, right? They were sitting back here killing people, letting them stay in the streets as an example of not crossing the authority. Why else should you sit back and let a person just hang out in the street dead?
Fear factor.
To sit back and create fear. If you cross us like this guy crossed us, you're going to be the same way.
No different than lynching a man, leaving him hung up on a tree.
That's the point. We can sit back and talk about the atrocities on that, but we can't see we was doing the same thing, leaving a message. Crime bosses and these Italians, they got nothing on that side. We were doing crime boss stuff worse than them. Read on.
Verse 4. And
It's
I
bad.
will
We're bad. We were bad leaders. We were really bad. And because of all this negative and black-heartedness and stoneness of heart, read verse 4.
Verse 4. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth.
There you go.
So he says, because of how you treated my people, this is why you got to get sent and spread out amongst the rest of the world.
Being a vagabond.
I'm going to take these princes and break them. All of us got to get sent out because of what?
Because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, for that which he did in Jerusalem.
All that stuff he did, it got so bad. He says, man, I got to destroy this whole thing because of how bad Manasseh did it. Now, you read about the prayer of Manasseh, right? And how Manasseh repented from his sins, right? But that didn't mean that he didn't have to pay the whole nation didn't have to pay the cost of slavery because of it. He said Salaki and cried a little bit, but the whole nation would go to captivity because of the things he was doing. And because all the princes after him kept those what? Kept those ways.
Yep.
They couldn't get that sin out of the people. You had King Hezekiah, which is a great king. King Manasseh was horrible. Then there was like 2 kings after that. Then you had King Josiah. He did good. But after he died, the same sin kept going on. The institution of wickedness and that wicked root never came out of them. Out of the princes and the authority, the leadership. You might have had one powerful King Josiah, but it was too much negative, and most of these kings couldn't withstand these princes and their influence. So their influence that they got nurtured from the time of King Manasseh stayed on all the way through Jeremiah and Ezekiel and 2 Kings into the fall of Babylon, and the fall of Israel and Jerusalem by Babylon. Yes, sir.
Is that an example of the poisonous eggs being created?
Hatched.
And they never just...
And they never
get destroyed, and they keep going on.
Yes. That's exactly what it is. Once these eggs hatch, you can't get them out. Listen, for people, I don't know. Listen, I've seen brothers have like German cockroaches.
Right.
They are very difficult to get out of.
Right.
They're just forever, bro. You had to like blow up the property out. You got to sit back here and just blow that shit up and start over again. It's like, because they're never going to stop.
Is it because they German?
I'm gonna say don't listen. I'm just gonna say those small ones out.
Yeah,
they're hellacious out.
They are.
Well, they say that the German cockroach, they lay 48. One egg makes 48 more new roaches.
Damn, bro.
What?
And
that's a lot, bro.
Each one has 40. One egg produces 48 more roaches, and then within 2 weeks, those females are fertile to make another 48 within 2 weeks. And this is how they multiply so fast. And this is how they're able to overcome a situation. If you don't kill them quick.
Overcome a situation.
Yeah,
that's so hilarious.
2 weeks, you got 48 more. In 2 more weeks, you got 96. And then so on and so forth.
And they are moving fast.
And then they produce eggs every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks they're producing 48
That's
more.
amazing.
And those 48 in 2 weeks are producing 48 more.
And then can you imagine? Think about that kind of math in regards to like negativity. And you have one leader that's trying to stamp out all the negative. Because Josiah, after King Manasseh died, he was sitting back here and setting up raids to people's lands. I mean, their cities. I mean, their houses. And you know what? They were doing raids and checking people. But he couldn't stop all the wickedness. They went underground. And then when Josiah died, they popped back up and got back in power. And they started manipulating the kings after that.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 16.
There is an anomaly when you try to kill roaches or spiders that they do a thing where they start producing more because of
They know they're being exterminated.
They know they're
I didn't
being
know that.
exterminated.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
We got the will to survive.
Yeah.
People do it.
Well, that's
Obviously, the
why. That's
wicked
why.
do it.
Well, you know, we can do it as well. That's why they say we don't die, we multiply.
Yeah.
You got it, Dawa?
Yes, sir. Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 16.
Read that.
When the wicked are multiplied,
It says, when the wicked are what?
multiplied,
Yeah, when you multiply wickedness, what happens?
transgressions increaseth.
It says the transgressions, the sins increase. So this is why you have to stamp out wickedness as soon as possible, because it'll start creating like gremlins when they get wet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They just start multiplying.
Yeah.
Read on.
But the righteous shall see their fall.
But the Most High will set it up to where the righteous, the ones that try to stay righteous, even in the midst of all this wickedness and transgression, they'll be able to stand back and watch their fall. Like people are watching Diddy's fall. Like people are watching all these other people that are getting caught up and watching their fall, because what they've been doing for years is finally being exposed if you didn't get caught up in that wickedness.
Yeah.
But he's saying that when the wrong people are in power, wickedness and transgression start to multiply. So the Most High gotta root. He has to root it out, because he has to exterminate the wickedness and the transgression. Your job is just to stay righteous in the midst of a wicked generation, in the midst of a wicked population. Our job even now is to stay righteous in the midst of wickedness.
Yeah.
And we'll get to watch that fall.
But it's very difficult once that wicked root is within all the princes and the politicians and the political around you. It's hard to eradicate that.
Yep.
And you know what happened is these negative princes and priests, they played the game as long as Josiah was in power. They just waited him out. And while they're waiting them out, they're teaching their sons how to do this negative, corrupt way. And then when the one man that was trying to uphold it dies, and the sons come out weaker, now they manipulate him. And they use their political advantage as leverage to break him. And you remember about King Zedekiah. Zedekiah just couldn't contend against the princes. He wasn't strong enough to withstand the pressure they put on him. And it wasn't part of being a king is, one, you got to follow the law, but then two, you got to sit back here and be wanting to clean house when it's necessary. To eliminate influences that can damage what you're trying to build. And a lot of these kings didn't have the strength to do that. Hezekiah did, Josiah did, not many more guys did. So this is what was happening, and that wicked root was already poisoned and contaminated the priesthood and the princes. We're just talking about the princes at this particular point, because that was the first thing the Most High eradicated out of being in power. The first thing you had to take out was the kings and the princes, because after we fell by the Babylonians, you didn't hear anything else about kings. You didn't hear anything about the line of David. You didn't hear nothing. The princes were wiped out. They lost their power. After Babylon, all you heard about were the priests, and how the priests were trying to establish a temple, because the Most High removed that element away from the people, because they showed through their actions, generation after generation, that they weren't qualified for that position. So the Most High ended up sitting back here and removing them. And then after the priests got their position in power, they showed that they weren't qualified to treat the people right. The Most High removed them. This is how the Most High is dealing with us. Listen, the Levitical priesthood couldn't sit back and hide from that verdict either. The kingship that we chose, that couldn't be hidden either. Anyway.
The Most High, and if you're in a position of leadership, the Most High's eyes on you as well.
That's the point. That's what the next chapter is going to be into. He's looking at whoever's in power. Listen, you on the hook, and the Most High's watching. He's watching what you do and how you do it. Yes, sir?
These people, these leaders, from then all the way to today, is this the bottom floor of evil? Is the bottom floor of straight up devil?
Well,
and they know it. I mean, you got to know it. I mean, I'm talking about.
Well, the scripture tells you that there's spiritual wickedness in high places. So we know that, and we know Luke chapter 4 talks about whoever's in power. Satan has the power first to give who he's going to give it to. So we understand that. Whoever's in power on earth is given that power on a high level by Satan. And the Most High allows Satan to do that. So whoever's really in power has a boss too. And that's why the whole vibration of this earth is pushing towards going against the Heavenly Father. We're looking at it the wrong way. Most people look at it as, okay, black man's getting taken advantage of and exploited. The Most High is looking at it. Look at these different woke movements that have been constantly devolving since America was at its height in the 40s and 50s and 60s. Look how socially we've collapsed and morally we've been broken down. Even whether it's free love was the beginning of the breaking of the families. Remember the Woodstock and all that stuff? That was a major dent in the strength of the American family. Then it went from Woodstock, which was free sex and free love. Then it went into women's lib. Give this woman power to go to the workhouse. It wasn't just breaking up the black family. The white family was getting broke up too. Now let's give this woman power to go get jobs and make money. So guess what? Who's raising the kid? Television is raising the kid. Now all of a sudden, the kids grow up with less attention, less nurturing. Now the family breaks down even more, and it's a gradual thing, the gradual diminishing of the people. Then we're sitting back here from there, and you look up, and it devolves into whether it was the drugs in the community, excessive drug use that was accepted. Then it was the reteaching about what's okay and what's. Then you remove the Most High out of the picture. You remove prayer and the Most High out the picture. Then we sit back and now we're woke.
And you take corporal punishment out. Out
of schools.
Out of schools.
You take the parenting out of the house. Yep. You take punishment out the school.
Then you make laws where you can't even spank your kids.
You can't put your kids in order.
Yeah. Now you get in trouble for that.
Bro. All these things are the diminishing of a society, and it's pushing that society away from the Heavenly Father. And you can say what you want, but when Esau was in that buzz cut phase out, they was buzz cut looking like Dwight D. Eisenhower, and they was worshiping God and beating niggas. That's what they was doing, Everything was okay in the country. But that had to get broken up too. That had to get broken up. Now there's no God. Nobody talks about the Most High in America.
Yep.
And that's an afterthought.
You even saw how the government started utilizing Satanism as a means. They were experimenting with Satanism as a means of population control in the 1970s.
Wow.
In a book called Satan Wants You.
Oh, yeah, by LeVay?
Yeah, you watch how they were using the Church of Satan and the tactics of the Church of Satan. They were studying Charles Manson because they were trying to see how he was able to get people to follow his methodologies and how he was able to control people. They were using tactics that was given as an aid to population manipulation by Timothy McVeigh, who was head of the Church of Satan. The government was sponsoring him to teach them the power of influence.
Anthony McVeigh?
Timothy McVeigh.
Not Timothy.
Not Timothy McVeigh. It was
Anton
LaVey. Anton LaVey was used by the government in whatever project or experimentation to understand how did they use this supposed religious belief to control the population. So when you look at how it was a lot of experimentation done on our people to unravel us mentally, to unravel us socially, you start bringing in during the 1960s and 70s, karate became very popular.
Yeah.
Eastern philosophy became very popular. Yoga became very popular.
Yeah, the New Age Eastern movement.
New Age Eastern movement became very popular. All this was a branching away from the Bible and a putting away from women being, wearing, dresses that went down to the feet. You look at pictures of the 1920s, a woman wore a dress all the way to the floor. You get to the 50s, it came a little bit below her knee. You get to the 70s, she wearing Daisy Dukes. 70s and 80s, Daisy Dukes became popular.
Yeah.
You saw an unraveling of the culture. Yeah. But what the Most High does, because you made a comment about what's the bottom floor. The bottom floor is this. Go to Exodus chapter 22 and read verse 22. Exodus chapter 22, verse 22. Read that.
Exodus chapter 22 and verse 22. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
When does the Most High start? When does it start getting the Most High's attention?
Yep.
When the widows and the fatherless children are being affected.
That's where the famines are coming in.
Well, but you look at how a lot of these policies are set up to break households up.
Yep.
Read on.
If thou afflict them in any wise.
He said, if you afflict the widows who don't have any guidance or protection, and the fatherless children that have no guidance and tutelage, read.
And they cry at all unto me.
The Most High said, when I start hearing the cries of the widows and the fatherless children, read on.
I will surely hear their cry.
Go ahead.
And my wrath shall wax hot.
Go ahead.
And I will kill you with the sword.
What does the Most High say?
I will kill you with the sword.
When does the Most High get involved? When the fatherless children is multiplied and they cry to the Most High, and the widows start crying to the Most High.
Yep.
Then the Most High get involved. He said, I'll kill you with the sword. Read on.
And your wives shall be widows.
And that's what we're reading during King Manasseh's time. And your wives shall be widows. Read on.
And your children fatherless.
And your children shall be the father. Because the Most High is about the protection of those that aren't protected. He's about intervening when those particular people, when the poor, the fatherless, and the widows are left to die and suffer. That's what gets the Most High's attention. That's when the wickedness is. That's when it's at its full. And the Most High said He's gonna step in and kill you, and He's gonna make your situation their situation. So that's when it's. That's how you know it's getting bad, when you watch the state of the children. The children are suffering, though.
God. So, with that, let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 6, verse 1 through 10. This is the Most High starting to show us, with all the wickedness that we were doing to our people and the exploitation. Jeremiah 15 and 4 says He's going to cause these leaders to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. So now this is when the Most High made the decision. You know what? I'm done with these guys. I'm going to give the nations an opportunity to get power on the earth. And they're going to have a chance to rule and govern my people.
For the purpose,
This is the decision the Most High made when we sat back here and got in Jeremiah 15 and 4. He said, I'm done with these guys. I'm done with them. They've shown they can't lead. They've shown that they won't take care of the poor and the needy. So now I got to sit back here and cut them off now. What you going to say?
yeah, for the purpose of disestablishing the social ills of our nation.
God, we're going to read it. We're going to read the Most High's thinking in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6, verse 1 and 10. Why the Most High made this decision, and now the responsibilities that the nations have in regards to governing our people and people in general. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 and verse 1. Hear therefore, O ye kings, and understand. Learn ye that be judges of the ends of the earth.
He's talking to the nations now. He said, you need to learn for those who are going to be judges to the ends of the earth. The world powers, be conscious of what the Most High is talking to you about now. Okay, read on.
Give ear, ye that rule the people, and glory in the multitude of nations.
Okay, so he says, give ear, the ones that rule, and glory in having dominance over the entire world, and the multitude of nations that have that you govern over. Read on.
For power is given you of the Most High.
So he says, don't forget, you have power over these nations. You have power over the other kingdoms from end to end on the earth. Read on.
And sovereignty from the highest, who shall try your works.
So the Most High said sovereignty now has been given to the nations. Sovereignty means supreme power, supremacy, possession of power. Absolutely. So he's saying is the Most High gave the nations power. Power is another word for salvation. Riches, power, and rulership on earth. He says now the Most High has given power to the nations because we did what? We didn't appreciate it. The leadership didn't handle the position right. So because the Israel didn't lead right, now the nations have an opportunity to lead. And he said what? He said, who shall try your works and search out your counsels? The Most High is still going to give these nations an opportunity to lead, but he's going to sit back and search out their works and their counsels, meaning their motivations also. He's going to look at their works and counsels like he looked at our works and counsels. Read on.
Because, being ministers of his kingdom, ye have not judged aright, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of the Most High.
That's what he's saying. Because when we had the power, what did we do? He says the nations get the power. The nations got the sovereignty because when you were ministers of your kingdom, you didn't judge right, didn't keep the law, nor walked after the counsel of the Most High. So because we didn't do it right, our princes were wicked. Now the other nations get sovereignty. Now they get absolute power. Read on.
Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you.
He says, horribly and speedily is most likely going to come for any nation that doesn't obey the Most High's will. Read on.
For a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places.
So he's saying everybody that chooses not to serve the Most High faces judgment. Read on.
For mercy.
We're in Wisdom of Solomon 6 and verse 6.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 and verse 6. For mercy will soon pardon the meanest, but mighty men shall be mightily tormented.
Listen, read verse 6 again. What does mean mean? The meanest?
Humble.
The lowest. You know, on a numerical thing, mean means average. But it's the lowest. He says, mercy is going to pardon the low. But the mighty men shall be mightily what?
Torment.
What does that mean? I'm going at the heads. I'm not going at the ones who don't have nothing. I'm going at the ones who should be responsible for the mean ones, the low ones. I'm going at them. They're going to experiment. They're going to experience the torments. This is what the Most High is saying to the leadership of the nations and to us. This is how he thinks. I'm going to give the poor a pardon. They've suffered enough.
By the hands of
you guys.
Crooked leaders.
By these mighty men. So I'm going to go at the mighty men. This is how he thinks. And it's not just to the Jew, it's to the rest of the world. He's going to go at these people that have the power and break them. To give the mean people, the average people, the low people, a breather. People look at the Babylonian Empire and they look at it as it was a bad thing and people got killed, and they did. But the princes got affected the hardest. The average people got spared. And this is what the Most High is saying. They got spared by this. They had to take a long damn walk to Babylon, but at least they had a more stable situation than being in unstable Jerusalem. Read on.
Verse 7. For he which is Lord over all shall fear no man's person.
The Most High is not going to sit back here and fear anybody's position on earth. Read on.
Neither shall he stand in awe of any man's greatness.
So he's going to sit back and break any of these guys that think they're bigger than who they really are. Read on.
For he hath made the small and great, and careth for all alike.
He looks at the ones that are powerful and the ones who are poor as being the same. And he's mad at us when the people that are in a greater position don't look at themselves in the same light as the small people. Read on.
But a sore trial shall come upon the mighty.
The sore trial is on the people who are in positions of power. He keeps telling us the thinking. The princes get judged harder than the poor. Read on.
Unto you, therefore, O kings, do I speak, that ye may learn wisdom and not fall away.
He's like to the nations, I'm trying to give you wisdom so that you can stay in power. The Most High is not sitting back here and so hyper-focused on the nations about how perfect in the law they were. He's focused on these nations about sitting back here and judging the poor properly. Can you at least do that? The Jews couldn't follow the law, and they couldn't take care of the poor. Can you at least take care of the poor? And if you don't, I'm going to take you out of power. And this is what Solomon's saying. If you want to stay in power, take care of the poor. Read on.
For they that keep holiness holily shall be judged holy.
Come.
And they that have learned such things shall find what to answer.
So he's giving the nations, the world, the playbook on how to have longevity in the position of leadership. Treat the people right. If you treat the people right, the Most High will grant you more time in positions of power. If you don't treat the people right, I'm going to take you out of power. This was the lesson to the nations and the kings of the earth, not just the Jews. Okay? Let that go.
And that's justice, man.
And that's fair.
That's fair.
No doubt it's fair. Con. So now we're going to sit back and read some examples of how the Most High started looking at us, or looking at the nations, and calling the kings of the nations the Most High servant. We're going to go real quick to Jeremiah 25. Jeremiah 25, verse 4 through 12.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High has sent unto you all his servants the prophets, rising early and sending them. But ye have not hearkened, nor inclined your ear to hear.
He said the Most High sent prophets to these princes and these kings. Nobody wanted to hear what they had to say. Read on.
They said, turn ye again now, every one from his evil way, and from the evil of your doings, and dwell in the land that the Most High has given unto you and to your fathers forever and ever.
Now, scripturally, the Most High said, with us, he'll keep correcting us and measure and keep reminding us and not quitting on us. Most High consistently gave us warnings to come back to the Most High, follow his law, and treat his people right. Read on.
Verse 6. And go not after other gods to serve them, and to worship them, and provoke me not to anger with the works of your hands, and I will do you no hurt.
God.
Yet ye have not hearkened unto me, saith the Most High, that ye might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt.
He says, you're pissing me off, and this is gonna hurt you. You're gonna lose on the back end. Read on.
Therefore, thus saith the Most High of hosts, because ye have not heard my word.
Because you don't want to listen, and you're not taking my prophet serious, and you're not taking this message and changing. Read on.
Behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, saith the Most High, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant.
Now all of a sudden he's talking about the nations being his servant.
Now what does that mean?
That's he's doing the Most High's will. He's like, you're not doing my will. From verse 4 all the way to verse 8, he's like, man, you princes and you kings, you're not listening to me. You're not my servant. I can't do nothing with you. So I got to give another nation a chance to serve me. And this is when the sovereignty switched from us being sovereign and being in control of our own destiny to us now being in a spirit, a servitude position, and now having to serve another kingdom.
Right.
This is when it switched, and it never switched from this point. It never went back to us having power.
So let me ask you a question, because you got a lot of our people specifically, that are trying to detach from American society and reclaim their own sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? And saying we should be sovereign citizens. So even if we are sovereign citizens, if we're not following the Most High's commandments, it wouldn't make a difference.
Listen, I'm going to say this. There's been chapters in Jeremiah where the Most High said, you better pray for the king of Babylon. You better pray for the king of Babylon. You better pray that Babylon stays afloat. And Jeremiah wrote that letter, and they went to kill him. The princes and the kings wanted Jeremiah dead. He said, "Listen, y'all about to go into captivity. This is the first wave of Jews that got sent to Babylon." He says, "Man, hey, y'all, you better pray when you go up there. You're gonna have 70 years of suffering or 70 years of captivity, and you pray for them. You better not pray against them. You better pray for King Nebuchadnezzar. You better pray for the Babylonian Empire. Because if you don't, what's coming next might be worse for you." That's what he said.
That's scary.
How about that? So everybody talking about the sovereign thing.
So
you want to go to Slava, Ukraine?
Yeah.
You see how that feels? Everybody want to talk about America. They will take the black man to fight the Russians. You want to go fight these Russians, these Ruskies? You want to go there? They need fighters. They're about to go to all the European countries and snatch up their own kind to go back and fight these Ruskies. So if you want to leave America, raise your hand and go out there and go hang out with Zelensky and let him take you out there and fight against these Russians and see how life really feels when you in below degree weather fighting the fight you shouldn't be at. Your situation could be worse, or you could be in Africa dealing with these machete yielding dudes, who ain't got nothing to lose, These little Hamites been fighting since they 8. Serious, shooting. They got a machine gun in their hands since they're 8 years old, They ain't got no shoes, but they got machine guns,
Russian AK-47.
You want that? You can have that too. There's a lot of bad things that could be going your way. You think this is bad? Go to the third world countries.
You say they training monkeys.
I have seen. Listen.
Who's doing this?
No. Listen. I saw on Twitter, there was a gang. There were 2 different rival monkey gangs, fighting in the city, And if you was in the middle, you was getting hit, There was rival monkey. I said, what is this, It was monkeys on the left fighting against monkeys on the right, and it was hundreds of monkeys in the city. I'm not lying. I wouldn't see the city. I'm not lying. I don't know about the training them to fight in the war, but they're like, it's like a monkey problem in the southeast. No, not with guns.
Okay, that's why I saw in my head.
Not with guns. It was this monkey Crips and monkey Bloods. They were going fighting each other on the streets. I'm not lying. I saw it. Point is, I don't know about the training for weapons, but what I do know is the Most High was telling us to pray for the people that we were in captivity to, because, hey, if they fail, your condition will get worse. We don't like that idea.
Yeah.
And the Jews didn't like that idea either, because they kept trying to tell the people that, hey, you know what, it's going to be okay. The king's coming back in a couple years. It's going to be all right. Let's not stress out about this. They don't want to accept defeat. Jeremiah was teaching, accept the conditions the Most High got you in. The Most High is working through Nebuchadnezzar now. You know how we think, once the Most High makes judgment on the situation, we think if we get right, it's going to switch up all of a sudden. Once the Most High says it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
He said, I'm done with y'all. You guys ran your course. Now I'm going to Nebuchadnezzar. He's my servant. You know what he's going to do? He's going to worship his Marduk God and his Ali Baba Daba God, but at least he's going to treat my oppressed better. He's going to treat my poor better. So I'll take him. That's what he's saying. Think about the Most High's will. I want my poor to be taken care of. I want the widows to be taken care of. This guy will do that better than my own people will. So I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to work through my servant Nebuchadnezzar. Most High never stung the nations for following their idols. That wasn't what the Most High stung them for. He stung them for treating our people the wrong way. The nations at their best kept their gods and respected the Most High. That was them at their best. And that's fine with him. He couldn't get that from us. He couldn't get us to respect the Most High's laws and to respect the people. So now I got to go to these nations. Now they have sovereignty. Now Nebuchadnezzar had power over the entire region. There was a chapter in, I didn't want to read it because we're getting late already in time, in Jeremiah 27, where the Most High told Jeremiah, listen, buy shackles and send these shackles to the king of Moab, the king of the Edomite kingdom, the king of Jerusalem. Give these dudes hard-ass shackles. This is a shackle for you, Shackle for the Edomite man, shackle for the Philistine man, shackle for the Tyree man, shackle for the damn Moabite man and the Ammonite man. And he says, if you don't wear these shackles and accept it, Nebuchadnezzar is going to destroy you. That's what the damn prophecy said. It's right there in Jeremiah 27, verse 1 through 12. You know, they didn't like that answer. They didn't like the answer.
They probably didn't like the approach.
They didn't like the answer. I'm holding this heavy ass shackle. He said, accept this weight and serve this man. Because now this the Most High chose this man to be on top of you. That's what it is. This is what's happening. This is what Wisdom of Solomon 6 was about. Now the nations get their chance to govern. Because we didn't want it. We didn't do it wrong. No, we wanted it. We just didn't do it right. That's it. He's not turning back. Even us coming back to Jerusalem, we didn't have our own power. We was begging hand them out for everything. Can I please get the gold items to go back in the temple? Can we get some money to rebuild the temple? Can we please get money to build the walls up? Can we please get money? Please. Now we're sitting back here in that position because that keeps us humble.
Yep.
Now we can consider the Most High now because we don't have power. That's how he broke us. And that still didn't work all the way. But it knocked us down a couple pegs. Does that make sense? That's why the nations got the power. Because we couldn't handle power. You give brothers too much power, guess what? You can't tell them what?
Nothing.
You can't tell them nothing. And that's the truth. Shoot. So let's do this. Let's continue. We're in Jeremiah 25 in verse 9 again. Yes, sir. 25 and 9, Jeremiah.
24. Jeremiah chapter 24 and verse 9.
25, sir.
25 and 4.
Salaki. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we started at 4. We're at verse 9 now.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 9. Behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, saith the Most High, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant.
Nebuchadnezzar was God's servant at this point. Read on.
And will bring them against this land.
So he's letting us know the powers that be. Biden is the Most High's servant. How about that? Is he a good servant? No. But he's a servant. Read on.
And against the inhabitants thereof, and against all these nations round about, and will utterly destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and a perpetual desolation.
He says, I'm going to back up Nebuchadnezzar so he can destroy you. And the funny thing is this. Why did Nebuchadnezzar destroy Israel? Because Israel just didn't follow orders and serve.
They want to pay the taxes.
They didn't want to pay their taxes, and they wanted to align themselves with Egypt. All Nebuchadnezzar said is, don't communicate with Egypt, pay your debt
every 3 years,
and you're good. And we couldn't just accept we were servants. We couldn't accept we were vassals. That's what it was.
We don't like paying taxes now.
We don't like paying no taxes. That's my money.
Yeah.
We couldn't accept we were vassals, so he broke us. We gonna fudge the numbers. The last 2 years was bad. It was bad years, Cal. We ain't got it like that, bro. You know you got the gold in the back, Doc. It was bad years. We had 2 slow years and 1 medium year.
You know, we do. We like, how many kids you got? Let me borrow 2 of your kids. I'll go ahead and split it. I'll go ahead. I split the return in half.
You only get max money with 3.
Yeah.
So let me take yours, and you got 5. Let me take 2 and double up on that money.
You get credit for them 3, only for them 3. So let me get them 2 off your hands. I'm gonna claim these. You claim those.
That's Jake. That's Jake thinking right there. Yeah, that's so hilarious.
We'll get around.
We gonna make this money.
We'll get around these thieves.
But he's letting us know this is why the Most High let Nebuchadnezzar take us over. We didn't want to just accept we were going to be serving them. That's all it was. Nebuchadnezzar didn't want to kill us. He said, listen, man, just pay me my money so I can go about my business. We didn't want to do it. Then we didn't pay the first time. He killed the first king and then put the next guy in and said, listen, pay me, we'll be good. We didn't pay the second time.
You're forcing my hand. You're
forcing me to destroy you guys. Brother. Anyway, That Jeremiah chapters and what was into was very significant, but it lets us know Most High made the choice to cut us off at this point.
Yep.
Let's continue.
Verse 10. Moreover, I will take from them the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstones, and the light of the candle. And this whole land shall be a desolation, and an astonishment. And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon, and that nation, saith the Most High, for their iniquity.
Stop. So what the Most High already knew is that right now, Nebuchadnezzar is my king and my servant. But you know what? They're going to fade too. They're going to get corrupted too. Nebuchadnezzar is going to fall in love with his power. And after he dies, the next generations are going to sit back here and be more about their power and less about looking after my people.
You know, and he had to teach, according to the book of Daniel, he had to teach Nebuchadnezzar an expensive lesson.
Yeah.
Because Nebuchadnezzar's pride got to him when he stood on his balcony and said, look at all the kingdoms look at all what my hand has brought forth in all this kingdom.
Well, don't forget, it started off with Daniel giving him the vision.
Yep.
Remember, he had the vision at night, and Daniel said, "You're that head of gold." He lost his mind when he heard he was the head of gold. I'm the head of gold. Then let me make a statue of gold. That's me.
Yep.
He made that statue of gold, and he lost his damn mind.
Yep.
Then if you didn't serve that idol, you was gonna die. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego didn't do it. They walked through the fire, but that was the beginning of his end. He's like, Mosiah was just saying, you're this head of all the nations. You're the first nation that I gave sovereignty to.
Yep.
That's all he's saying. You're the first nation that I gave sovereignty to over the world. And you couldn't handle it after X amount of years.
Got to your head.
Because when you said, I'm the head of gold,
Didn't you have a music plan with it or something?
Huh?
Didn't you have a band plan before, as it followed the statue or something?
I don't know about the band. He wasn't making the band, man. He was making idols, man.
No,
That's what he was making.
It was at a certain time of the day when the bugle or the trumpet was sounded that you were supposed to bow down and pray to that image, and that's when Daniel got thrown in the lion's den. Because
But that was later on.
At the time that you didn't, if you heard the sound of the trumpet and you didn't bow down and pray to that image, then you was being eliminated.
Point is this.
Yeah.
Point is Nebuchadnezzar was losing it. He had the whole statue of gold erected, and he wanted everybody to serve.
Greeks did the same thing. Greeks did the same thing. They tried to erect a statue of Nimrod. Nimrod died, but he had put the decree out that in every Jewish synagogue there was supposed to be a statue of Nimrod in the synagogue, in the temple. He had already put that out, and he died before it became law.
But see, that is how you see the decline goes quickly.
Yep.
There's periods of respect, and then they decline, and that's when the Most High
I said
finds the
Nimrod,
iniquity.
Nero.
Zeus.
Nero did that. Not Nimrod.
It was Nero.
Nero during the Greek Empire wanted a statue of himself in every synagogue.
You mean during the Roman Empire?
No.
Yeah. Roman.
It was
Nero is Roman.
It was Nero when they were still subjugating the Greeks, because he wanted this done in Alexandria mainly because that was a large Jewish population.
Mm-hmm.
So, which was a offshoot of the Greek Empire, which it was a remnant of the Greek Empire.
But Alexandria was also a heavy Hebrew place.
Yes,
Alexandria was like the hub of the Hebrew belief system outside of Jerusalem.
Yep.
Listen, the Ptolemies allowed them to erect a replica of the temple in Alexandria.
And they had a statue of Zeus coming into Alexandria, bro. Over the city. When you came in, you had to go under Zeus's legs.
Well, that's the case. But the Jews had their own sovereignty in that place.
Yes.
And they were able to do their own Hebrew thing in their spot.
Mm-hmm.
They had their separate thing. Once again, the Greeks followed their idols.
Yeah,
but the Greeks sat back here and gave us sovereignty in our area.
Yep.
To believe what we had to believe in, to be in the scriptures and serve the Most High the way we wanted to. We didn't have to be subject, by the Ptolemies at least, to follow the Greek way. We had our sovereignty. But by the time we got to Nero on them, They were breaking down anything Jewish and Hebrew. Anything that was Hebrew, they was breaking down. So I just want to make sure we clarify that, because with the Greeks, under the Ptolemies, the Most High gave them long reigns and power because they financed a lot of the priests doing their work in Alexandria. But whenever these kings or these priests of the nations decided to not fund the Jews or look after the Jews, then they were on their way out. And like whatever Nero was plotting to sit back and break us, he took him out. Nero didn't have a very long time in power. He wasn't in power long. Most I took him out. The ones that once you decided you don't want to sit back and take care of the people right, he pulls you out.
And he was also, Nero during his time was responsible for James's death and also Paul's death. So he was killing the disciples by this time.
Yes. And then Mosai saw that and said, now I got to pull you out. So now we're reading in verse 12. He's like, after the 70 years of the Babylonian Empire being in power, by that time, the leadership was already corrupt, and it was their time to get pulled out. Because Nebuchadnezzar didn't last 70 years of being in power. He was in power for so long, and the next guys after that, they ran into the ground. Okay? What am I saying? Read verse 12 again from the top.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 12. And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon, and that nation, saith the Most High, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation.
This is how the Most High deals. Once the Babylonians showed they couldn't handle the power, he wiped them out in perpetuity also. He gave us a lot of years to fix it. He lets the nations run their course and moves on with them. Okay? Let that verse go. And let's jump to Isaiah 44, verse 28.
Isaiah chapter 44 and verse 28.
Let me get it real quick.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah 44 and verse 28. Matter of fact, read verse 4. Read verse 26 and 28.
Got it. Isaiah chapter 44 and verse 26.
Yes.
That confirmeth the word of his servant, and performeth the counsel of his messengers, that saith to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah, ye shall be built, and I will raise up the decayed places thereof.
So, but while Isaiah is teaching and prophesying, Jerusalem wasn't decayed. Jerusalem was still stable. So this is a future prophecy. He's like, Jerusalem is going to get re-inhabited, and the places that are decayed are going to get rebuilt. Give me verse 28.
Verse 28. That saith of Cyrus.
This is King Cyrus, the king of the Persian and Mede Empire. Read on.
He is my shepherd.
The Most High called King Cyrus a Persian his shepherd. Why was he a shepherd? Because he guided his sheep back where? Back to their home. Read on.
And shall perform all my pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple thy foundation shall be laid.
So he's saying that literally Cyrus was going to have it inside of him to shepherd our people out of the scattered cities and give them an opportunity to go back home and build the temple. He's using nations to repair and restore and reestablish our people. But this side of the Most High started using the nations from here on out. He had to keep the nations in between us to keep us humble, to keep us honorable. He wasn't going to bless us any other way. Now he blesses us through the nations. That's what he does. He uses the nations to help us out when we're doing right or wrong.
Yeah.
But this is why when you read even in New Testament about how The nations are there for your good if you're on point. But if you're negative, you're going to get stung. He uses those people as that measure.
You don't have the sword of vain.
Where is that verse?
And they're also successful when they treat us right.
Yes. Yes, exactly. It's Romans 13.
13 and 4, right?
Yeah, Romans
Can
13.
we read it? I'll read it.
Oh, I can tell him. Get it. It's cool. Romans what?
13 and 4.
Let me see if we get to start a little early. No, let's go 13 and 1. 13 and 1 through 4.
Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher power.
Now we understand this. The Most High now put the nations to be the power, sovereign power over us. He said every soul got to be subject to the powers the Most High put over you. Read on.
For there is no power but of the Most High.
Listen, the Most High put these people in power. Hold this verse. Somebody else give me, I think it's Proverbs chapter 21 and 1. Yeah. Proverbs 21 and 1. So now you read it now. You can read that.
Proverbs.
Yeah, 21 and 1.
Proverbs 21, verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord.
Does that mean just Israelite kings? This is the king's heart in general. The Most High controls the king's heart of any nation. So it also means the boss too.
Yeah.
The Most High got your boss giving you problems because you ain't right in the spirit. If your boss is cool with you, maybe that you're cool with the Most High at that particular point. That is an aspect of how the Most High reflects His relationship with you. So if the king is tripping on you, if the boss is tripping on you, that comes from the Most High. You can say it's a messed up boss, or you can say, man, the Most High got this boss riding me for a reason, because I'm not in order.
Yep.
Maybe I'm supposed to be in order with my husband better. Maybe I'm supposed to be in order with the brothers more. That's how the Most High works us. Let that go and go back to Romans 13 and 1.
Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power but of the Most High. The powers that be are ordained of the Most High.
So the Most High put Nebuchadnezzar in power over us. Most High ordained that. Whether it was what do you call it? Cyrus, it was of the Most High. Listen, even when you had Antiochus Epiphanes turning on us and causing havoc in Israel, that was of the Most High. People don't realize the Greeks were fine with us until we started petitioning to the Greeks that we want our country to be Hellenized. Then Antiochus came in and wiped out the people who weren't with Hellenism.
We asked for it.
It wasn't like Antiochus said, man, I'm just going to sit back and mess with these guys. We petitioned and asked Antiochus to bring Walmart to Jerusalem.
Pretty much.
That's what we asked for. And then when Walmart started taking all the jobs, now we're upset. That's the truth. We asked them to bring their ways, the Olympics and the gyms there. And when we sat back and said the small group that didn't want to protest, they got wiped out. So anyway, let's continue with Romans.
Romans chapter 13 and verse 1.
Give me verse 2. Give me verse 2.
Verse 2. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of the Most High.
This is the situation. When you're resisting the leadership that the Most High put over you, you're fighting what the Most High wants. That means even the nations that you're subject to. What we don't want to accept is that the Most High got us in America. And you know what's crazy? As bad as it is, it's more merciful than what it could have been. Can you imagine being in these third world countries operating? Listen, if you think this is tough, imagine living in Guatemala or Mexico or Salvador, wherever the hell you want to be at. Panama. I think that's what's going on in the streets, being in Panama. If you live in subject to their economy and their scenarios, you want to go to Africa? Oh, you know, there's certain particular cities are good. Okay, bro, until that guy gets killed, till the head guy gets killed, and they bring some dude with a general suit on, you know there's some problems about to happen. This dude got a general suit on, and you out here, things will change tomorrow. Like,
we are black, but we are black brothers. Like,
give him machetes. Like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, that stuff is unstable.
They're taking a lot of sisters out in West Africa, bro. They buy this property, and they let them buy property, develop it, and then the people come and kill them.
What they're doing is they'll let them spend your money. You take your retirement and think it's going to multiply and stretch it out and last long in Africa. Then you get over in Ghana, and then they bulldoze your house down.
What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? You done spent the money.
That's not in the Constitution. Oh shit, there's no Constitution like that out here.
Yeah.
It's different. Aha! You should have stayed in the streets. You would have some basic rights.
Yeah, you can pull it up. Bulldozing house. African Americans get their household bulldozed in Ghana.
When you get a chance, show that, please. If somebody can find that, we'll put it on the screen.
That's Dr. Umar's dream right there.
Different countries, they do have nice neighborhoods. It looks like neighborhoods like this, and then all of a sudden there's army people coming through, shooting people right in the house.
Taking your daughters, bro. Taking your daughters, having everybody buy machine gun out.
Yes.
What are you gonna do?
Setting houses on fire. This is like it's been a regular.
This happens all the time in Africa, bro.
I'll send it to you right here.
Mosai is
the
sitting back.
Black man needs to go back to
Man,
Africa.
you gotta go back,
See,
man.
this is
Okay.
what the black man doesn't understand. See, y'all have the white.
But where is he at? He's in San Francisco chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling. But he's drinking some English muffins out. He had English muffins and some Earl Grey tea out, relaxing, reading a book out with a white woman out on the side, talking to that black man. That's what we do as a nation. That's what we do.
So what are we trying to say, Al? What are we trying to say is that the Most High got you here. There's things you don't like about it, but you're not conscious of how the Most High is still looking after you. So we need to sit back here and focus on the Most High's daily loading us with blessings versus some basic discrimination where it could have been times 10 somewhere else. You think Ham looks at us better?
Listen,
You think Africans look at black people better than white folks?
Black concept is stupidity. We've been going black since the 70s. Guys, nowhere.
I send it to you right now.
Black. Listen, and I used to be a blackity black. I know. I can say.
I send it to you.
I was the king of blackity black.
Yes, he was. He like this.
I came in like that, bro. I came in the black man. I had that shikis in middle school. I was imposing Black History Month, and I was wearing that shikis the whole month, talking about Black history on the radio.
We talking about Kwanzaa. We a Kwanzaa guy.
I did Kwanzaa. I was a blackity black.
You're a Kwanzaa guy too.
Listen,
yeah.
blackity black rap music too. I was the conscious hip hop and the black man.
X-Clan guy.
All these guys they're swindlers. They're robbers. They're thieves. They're abusers. They're liars. And they abuse their own people. They take advantage of their own people. And they're about getting authority and leverage over your household if you let them. That's what they're about. It's not really about black. Well, listen, I used to be mad at the white man. I came in like that, bro. I was gonna be a Black Panther. I wasn't gonna be Israelite. Huh? Then I realized they said we don't believe in Jesus no more. We believe in Allah. Oh man, I can't do that. I can't do the Allah thing, bro. But I might as well be Israelite then, right? But this whole black, it's stupidity, bro. It's really about. And I know my people don't agree. It really is about being honorable and dealing correctly with your people. And then also dealing correctly with the Gentiles. Nobody wants to accept that. Listen, last night we had a class bro was talking about bringing some good information, talking about some good things, but listen, you think just rob Chinese people because they're not Israelites? Everybody can't be Israelites. Can you deal with all nations fairly and justly?
Nope.
Can we do it everybody with class? We had a pass several years ago. We had to make an announcement, do not treat the staff wrong because they're Elam as Indians serving us. Yeah, treat them like crap because they're the Passover. Listen, the nation.
There are servants.
There are servants.
Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, treat people like garbage.
That's why we got taken out of power. That's how we act when we get power.
And how about when we went to class previously about us dealing with we married nations. We don't marry nations. Listen, you can't put them as the head of the household to run everything. You see, I have Hebrew law. You can't turn into a Roman. You can't turn into Bruce Leroy. You gotta maintain the ethics and principles of being a Jew. Israel just doesn't know how to operate and maintain their culture. Is my point. We don't know how to just keep our culture. We sell our culture. So the whole black concept, African black concept, bro, it ends up being garbage. The truth is, can we just follow the scriptures, keep the commandments, keep the orders, and be just and fair with all nations around us? Let the Most High bless us. We can't be discriminatory either. We can't operate like the white man and start discriminating people too. The scripture says The scripture says to take none of the ways of the heathen, and not to take envy not the way of the oppressor. But when I get in power, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do exactly what they do. I'm just gonna reverse it. Listen, bro, we gotta be better than them, huh?
Yeah.
We gotta be better than the Egyptians. We gotta be better than the Romans, better than the Greeks. But guess what? Why are we slaves to the Greeks and Romans? Because this class right here. When we had our own society, what do? We crap in the poor. You don't got it. We work all the time. I don't talk to cats with short money. If you don't speak money, I can't talk. I don't talk to people. If you don't speak money, we ain't talking. We don't make dollars, don't make sense.
We're not speaking the same language.
We ain't speaking the same language. We stunt and crap on our people for having less than this all the time. We just put a white man's face on it, but really it's our face. And we gotta come out of that, bro. When the Most High shifts the tides and we get back in authority as a nation, fantastic. We don't have the right to abuse people and treat people like crap. And be racist to other nations.
Well, as the war's bringing out, you're watching the Most High set up these kings.
Yep.
Because of what we wouldn't do with our own people, so he just let another king be set up and have power over us.
And most I like, well, maybe these guys will do better than my own people.
They do.
My people have shown for a fact they can't do things right. So maybe they'll do better by it.
Yep.
Look at the mayor of Atlanta.
What about the mayor of Atlanta?
Listen, bro, she's robbing people blind out. Chicago, all these black mayors out there are infamous for robbing the people out there.
I heard about the guy from Detroit was like bad actor.
But all of them.
Crackhead. I remember that.
You talking about Detroit was Mayor Kirkpatrick. He was a young brother that was taking tax money and throwing parties in the
Diddler parties.
in the mansions, in the governor's mansions or whatever.
Parties out.
He was throwing parties, and some lady workers of the night ended up dead inside the mansions. And so it was a lot going on with the tax.
It was like this when I got here.
Yeah.
That's all you
dead.
Yeah, he's dead in the house already. Yeah.
Hey, my fault. I'm trying to
Listen,
find out.
we get power out. This new lady, she has this 24-hour security, and all the security money is getting funneled back to her. But I forgot her name, bro. But there's multiple stories about these black mayors, and you're just getting a glimpse of how we operate when we have some type of authority. Lori Lightfoot. Yeah. Yeah, MLB. What is it? What's MLB? Not MLB. What's it? Black Lives Matter? BML?
BLM.
BLM, right? Black Lives Matter. They robbed. That money went to, quote unquote, our people. Did the money go to our people? If all people got funded from Black Lives Matter, where'd the money go? They had mansions out. They were living really good.
They were smiling at.
They were smiling. You might as well get them money to a white organization. I hate to say it like that. Our people aren't doing any better.
Yeah.
That whole black conscious idea, when you look at black conscious leaders, they all end up going to the same place. They end up dealing with children. They end up being these deviants. And they end up destroying people's households out. Nature Boy.
Nature Boy.
Yeah, it's another.
Ric Flair, man.
No, it's a new guy.
Yeah.
Every 5 years we have a polite,
Yeah.
Nature Boy, Dr. Mars Next,
Dr.
Malachi Z. York.
A lot of people have donated to the school that Dr. Umar Johnson was supposed to be building.
Where's the school at?
No school, bro. Like 12 years ago.
12 years, huh?
Yeah, no school.
No school for 12. You can't donations for 12 years.
Come on now.
The school never popped up. And all that's to point the finger at athletes and people that date out their race. That's what that's his whole war. His whole war is dating people, go to war with people date out their race, and go to war with athletes. But then he's dating Suki Hana. The whole point is these guys are backwards. They don't really value fairness and equity.
Listen, look online. Someone sent me the article.
Good article.
It says Ghana demolishes African American resort. Welcome home with a question mark.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Africa.
Going back to Africa.
Listen, bro.
The black men.
They sat
to
back
go home.
here in the Cape Coast of Ghana. Everybody, listen. The African Americans are mad because these Ghanaians like, listen, you ain't gonna sit back and smile in my country, and sit back here and you guys rich and you gonna stunt in front of us? No, we're gonna tear your shit down. That's crazy. There's no like we're gonna vote you out. No, we're just gonna destroy your shit.
Who you gonna call the police? Like
We're the police.
That's not my jurisdiction.
Listen, and they're not gonna come help you. So the scripture talks about. We can talk about the curses all day long, but the Most High said the curse is gonna follow you. The curse, didn't the scripture say the curse is going to follow you?
Yeah.
So, you might be in a cursed situation in America, but what you don't realize, like we read it in Jeremiah and other chapters, that curse will get worse if you leave. You don't realize that the curse gets worse. Why do people want to leave America? We think the curse will get less. You're going to go and leave America, and your curse is going to get worse. Because that was, this Most High, we don't realize that us in a cursed state, He was still giving us mercies. So you want to go to another place and start over again? You're not calculating how your situation is going to get worse now. You're focused on, man, I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm broke. My money's funny. You're like, okay, but now you got people that want to board out with your house. How's that feel? I'm gonna show you the picture.
The Klan didn't do that.
So I'm gonna say they did a little bit.
Oh.
Ghanaian, they did blow. They put your shit on fire. Ghanaian government demolished African American Asase Pa beachfront resort in Cape Coast, Ghana, which sparked an uproar within the diaspora and its community in Ghana. Let me show another one real quick. I just want to show what they did, to show the actual messed up image of the house. And there you go. Listen, everybody sitting back and then they got a buck and they won, and they're winning. Let's cut this one out.
Yeah, because there's actually Americans like that. They like on YouTube, and they're soliciting other Americans to come down there to live, and they're showing the real estate.
Yeah.
And it's happening in South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria.
There's a guy on the channel called Black to Africa.
Yeah,
and his whole thing was about coming back to Africa. He's now like, he don't know what to bring his channel, like what direction to go. So he's dropping Israelite information. He's dropping like these icons.
Listen,
You gotta change it up.
African Americans that fell for scams invested savings into Ghana resorts, now demolished, and the homes are destroyed after being looted. So if you weren't out there chilling, you should have bid the house. And if they was there, it would have been some damn Scarface situation with all those guys from Central America coming through the jungle ready to take your stuff out.
Yeah.
You want that to happen? Ain't no insurance out there. You can forget it, bro. There ain't no insurance out.
Yeah, all that AT&T money.
Yeah.
That 30 years. You worked 30 years at
That
AT&T.
AT&T money is gone, bro.
And then they said they looted it, and they looted the belongings.
They
left
took
behind.
everything first, then they bulldozed it out. We gonna get the riches out. We gonna have your Jordan jersey on out down the way out. We got it. We got the Jordans and your jersey. We walk in the streets with it.
Yeah.
Having good times, out.
Make it a YouTube video.
Deuteronomy 28 verse 45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed. There's nowhere to say where you can run around your people in foreign countries.
When you run, it's gonna be worse. We think we can get out of America, get out of the rat race in the battle. And the Most High, even though it's a rat race, the Most High got you protected here. Because you don't know where the bombs are going. Most High got the people here for a reason. You don't know where the destructions and the wars are going. Listen, you want to go to Europe? Guess where the wars are going? The wars are going to Europe.
I'm going to Europe.
You might see bombs.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might see some Iskander hardcore ass bombs are going down your way. You don't know.
They just said that the Russians just remodified their SU, their Su-57s, which is their superior jets, with new bombs that can reach up to 400 kilometers, that can expose Europe to military power. They said that the Europeans are sweating right now.
What?
Because they're in proximity to Russian weapons.
Well, of course. And that's what they're saying. You don't know where this is going to flow. You better stay where the hell you're at. Once I got you here, you stay here and wait till this thing fans out.
And the reality is, if you're on the list to go or whatever, it still has the Most High. And we had to accept. It's really about, are we gonna get mercy from the Father by serving Him?
Is He gonna be my smarts and my brains gonna get me out of this, or me being in order?
Exodus chapter 9, verse 13.
What was that?
Exodus chapter 9, verse 13.
So we might as well appreciate our families now, bro.
Yeah.
Take care of your family now. Get right in spirit now. Love your people. Maybe the Most High protect and shield us.
Read that.
Exodus chapter 9 and verse 13. And the Most High said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Most High, power of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me.
So we could be wise and try to get out on our own, but who's the one in control? It's the Most High that's going to say, okay, your captivity is up. Your time is up. Read on.
For I will at this time...
And Moses, people don't realize the Most High told Moses, listen, Moses told Pharaoh, he told him exactly what's happening to him and why. Read on.
For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thy heart.
He says, Moses told Pharaoh to his face, the Most High is about to touch your heart.
Wow.
Read on.
And upon thy servants.
Read.
And upon thy people.
Go ahead.
That thou mayest know.
He said Moses told Pharaoh to his face, these plagues are about to sting you. So that you can know what?
That there is none like me in all the earth.
Read.
For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite thee, and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth.
Was not Pharaoh forewarned?
God.
Read on.
And in every deed for this cause have I raised thee up.
He said, and for this reason is why I put you in power. Moses told Pharaoh to his face, the God of the Hebrews put you in power just to bring about some plagues to you, just to destroy you, so that you can understand that he loves his people. Read.
For to show in thee my power.
He said, but I'm going to use you. But the Most High, just like the Most High said to Cyrus, that you're my servant. Just like we read, he told Nebuchadnezzar, you're my servant. Just like Moses told Pharaoh, you're really God's servant. God is just using you as a servant to exalt his power. He's just using you to set you up, to knock you down, but so that people could fear the Lord more than you.
Whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not. Read.
And that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, that thou wilt not let them go.
He said, and do you understand? And they asked him a question. Wow. He said, why do you think you're in charge?
Yeah.
That's what he told him. He asked him a question. Moses asked Pharaoh, why do you think you're in charge? He says, and why do you think you're in charge and you're resisting to let the children of Israel go? Because it's a setup. He told him it's a setup to his face. So every nation that don't believe that the Most High is in charge will soon find out that he's in charge. And he's the one that's going to break us free from our situation. So the Most High used Pharaoh. The Most High used Nebuchadnezzar. The Most High used Cyrus. The Most High used Darius. The Most High used the Romans. He used the Greeks. He used the British. He used the Spanish, the Italians. You look at the English in America. All of them have been set up by the Most High just to be taken down to exalt his power. But what are we supposed to be doing? We're trying to flee the Most High's hand instead of just sitting in the situation, having faith in him, sitting still and having faith in Him, so that He can come through for us. And we try to run to Africa just to get exploited by some Africans.
Or like, yeah, that's sad.
You're switching. You might get a break on your on how much you're paying out, but there's different dangers out there. Right? You might be saving a little bit of money, but you just out here, if you put an insurance claim out, guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna get your insurance claim, right? Unless it's unless you start to file yourself. Out there, all that protection you got out here, you ain't gonna get out there, right?
You better be in order in Africa. If you in Africa, you better be in order.
Listen, bro, they don't like you out there. Right?
They don't.
That's a newsflash. They don't like black people in Africa.
They'll take your money.
They'll take your money out. They'll take your resources. But anyway, what are we saying out? You can run, but you can't hide out. You're just trading one set of hell for some other damn hell. Mosai is verse, instead of looking at it that way about let me escape my issue, let me be appreciative the Most High still got me going here.
And Israel did in the Bible. The Most High told Israel to stay where they're at. And what Israel do? We're going to escape and go into Egypt.
Yeah. That was that last group of Jews that they said, great prophet Jeremiah, should we stay in Israel and suffer this out or go to Egypt? And he said, give me 7 days, I'll let you know. He said, whatever you do, we will listen. And then Jeremiah said, yeah, man, the Most High told me to stay in Jerusalem. We're leaving that Egypt out. We're getting out of here. Yeah. And he said, you're coming with us. Yeah. They're like, you're coming with. And Jeremiah's like, what the hell is this? I told the king of Babylon that I don't want to live in luxury in Babylon. I'm going to deal with my people. And this is what I get? Niggashit. I got to deal with this?
Yep.
Anyway,
because the root of it is we're revolting with the Most High. That's the root of this. If we weren't revolting with the Most High, the poor wouldn't be suffering.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be scams among our people.
There
wouldn't be broken households and fatherless children.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be nations over
this level of exploitation.
The nations over us imposing their negative on us.
Yeah. It starts and ends with us.
It's us.
And because we didn't want to do things right, let's finish off Romans 13. Let's read verse 3.
Romans chapter 13.
Matter of fact, read 2.
Romans chapter 13 and verse 2.
We didn't get nowhere today, but it's okay.
Whosoever therefore resisted the power, resisted the ordinance of the Most High.
So when we resist the powers the Most High put over us, we're really resisting the Most High. And this is what we don't want to accept. When we wanted to sit back here, there were prophets and princes were saying, listen, Jeconiah, which was the son of Jehoiakim. Jehoiakim got thrown over the wall. His son Jeconiah got sent to Babylon and died there. The people were saying, yeah, in 2 years, Jeconiah is going to put back in power, and things are going to be okay. And Moses said, no, it's not. Why are you listening to these prophets? I said, you're going to be in slavery for 70 years. Accept that you're going to be in slavery and pray for them. Pray for Nebuchadnezzar and pray for Babylon. And they were losing their mind when Jeremiah said that. Because the fact that your lifetime is done. You're going to die in slavery, but there's hope. Your next generation is going to come back. They didn't like that answer.
Yeah.
So he's like, listen, you know what? If you're in America, eat that. Maybe if you live right and you teach your kids right, they'll get a chance to get out of this place. That's what he's saying for us also. Read on.
And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
Mm-hmm. He says the ones that resist get stung harder. Why does a person resist? Because they don't like the level of hell they're going through. They don't like the life they're living. Their life is uncomfortable. So the one that's resisting because their life is uncomfortable, the Most High makes their life even more uncomfortable when you resist. We don't realize that. We don't accept that if you fight what the Most High is taking you, He makes your life worse. When you sit back here, if your boss is riding you hard, if you get negative behind your boss riding you hard, guess what happens? He rides you harder. We don't like that either. Yep. That's how things operate when you're not in the right mind frame. Let's continue.
For rulers are not a terror to good works.
Listen, the person that the Most High put over you is not going to be hard on you if you're doing things the right way.
That's true too.
If you're obedient and putting in good works, you're not going to get messed with. You get messed with when you're disobedient.
They don't accept that part.
They don't want to hear that. Read on.
But to the evil, wilt thou then?
He says rulers are a terror to evil works. So if that boss is riding you, you're getting ridden because your works are evil. You might not be directly evil towards the boss. Maybe you're evil towards your husband, to the brothers. Maybe you're not giving enough to the Most High. So the Most High makes that person that's over you make your life a living hell because you're not giving the Most High what he wants from you. Read on.
Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power?
He's still trying to say, be afraid of the power because your obedience and your life and your livelihood depends on how much in order you are to the powers that be, along with the Heavenly Father. He that despiseth not man, but who?
Man, I mean, God, Most High.
Exactly. So the Most High put this person over you. He demands you to be obedient to him. Right? So when you rebel against that boss, you're rebelling against the Heavenly Father.
They don't like that idea. Though.
No, they don't. But you don't understand. This guy has a peculiar issue with me.
I got to fight.
This guy's looking for me. This messing with me. This is, well, you know what? Maybe the Most High is saying that your actions are offending him at that level. We don't want to look at life that way, because there's no wiggle room for I'm being abused and mistreated.
Can't play the victim.
There's no angle for the victim card. It's you, and you. It's always you, and that's what people get angry at. Read on. This ain't fair. It ain't fair. But read on.
Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same.
If you're doing the right thing to the powers that be, then you'll get treated right. And if you're not doing good, it's because you're not operating good. It's very simple. Remember in Color Purple, what she said? What she tell the brother?
Ain't no right gonna come.
You gotta put the finger out there. Yeah. Say it again.
Ain't no good gonna come by you till you do right by me.
There you go. There you go. You ain't gonna good coming to you unless you know with the Most High. It's the truth. Read on.
For he is the minister.
Classic line.
Yeah, it's good. Strong movie.
Strong. Read that.
For he is the minister of the Most High to thee for good.
The powers that be, the Most High put the nations in power from this time on. Huh?
We don't want to believe that.
Hell no, we don't want to believe that.
I hate that line right there.
Listen, but it started in Jeremiah when he put Nebuchadnezzar over us. He said, now, if you in order, the people that are over you are going to treat you right. If this guy don't like you, it's something Most High don't like in you. And he's using this experience to show you. That's how he keeps us humble.
Yeah, I ain't no house Negro.
Oh, okay.
I'm a field Negro.
Okay, listen, you still got to be in order. The field Negro still got to be in order.
Yeah.
People say the same thing for their teachers in school. Oh, the teacher don't like me. Oh, okay. What is it about you that she doesn't like? Maybe you're always laughing and shucking and jiving in class and not doing your homework.
Maybe you're always late to class.
Maybe you're always late. Maybe you don't do your work right. Maybe this person thinks you're lazy.
Maybe you never turn in your homework.
Maybe you don't turn your homework in. Or this teacher don't like me. Or this coach don't like me. Well, maybe there's a reason the coach doesn't like you. What is it about your work that you don't do good enough to satisfy your coach? Nobody wants to reverse it and get them to see them.
They just hating on me.
And they lying on you. They hating on you. Okay, everybody's lying and hating on you. It's always the white man's fault. If that's how you think, it ain't gonna work here in Sword of Truth. There's no white man cards here. There's no white man cards here. Yeah. It's you.
Now we will drop history and give you some history.
Yeah,
but we will tell you why we are in that situation.
Kinda. That's the whole point. And listen, there's reasons we're in the situation we're in. If we treated each other right, we wouldn't be subject to these people's rules and feelings and their standards of how things should be done. We wouldn't be subject to it.
But they're not the emphasis of infamy. They're not the object of infamy. We're the object of infamy as far as our bad, ill behavior and lawlessness amongst each other and lack of love, which is the root of it, is the reason why we're in this state of destruction.
Where we're subject to these other leaders and these other approaches and these other ways of living. Yeah. We're stuck because we ain't living right. Now, we finished verse 4 yet? No, read verse 4 from the top.
Romans chapter 13 and verse 4. For he is the minister of the Most High to thee.
He's a minister for what?
to thee for good.
Yep. So listen, why is it good that you have an oppressor over you? How about that? For you, listen, there's an oppressor over you for your own good. Because that oppressor is there to keep you what? Honest. And to keep you from exploiting, and to keep you from being the natural exploitive person that you are.
It's like
if we didn't have anybody riding us, would you sit back here and be working hard?
Nope.
If you didn't have somebody making you do, would you be getting up? No. You'd be doing whatever you can to wiggle through life, just going through bare minimum, taking advantage of people, hustling.
It would blow me away because you see
Jake wants to hustle.
You would see.
What does that mean? What does it mean? Jake wants to hustle. I'm a scam. I'm a hustle. I'm a talk my way to get things. I'm a exploit to survive. That's what Yaiqua means. I am going to exploit to survive.
And so, yeah,
that's what it is. I'm going to supplant to survive. The Most I know that's our nature. So the Most High puts the nations over us to make sure He keeps us honest. No, you ain't going to hustle. You're going to get up at 8. No, you're going to get up at 6. You're going to do this job. You ain't going to cut corners because this guy's going to check you for cutting corners.
You always in the movies, when the cops come, all the drug dealers is like,
Yeah.
Oh, the cops is coming. The cops coming.
Yeah, and all the alcohol falls on the ground. The like 40 ounces are falling on the ground in slow motion, and they're running from the cops out.
And they grab them. Oh, you just want me because I'm black. Like, no, it's not just because of that.
You're loitering in the city act. You're loitering and drinking 40 ounces.
Drugs, buddy. You're selling.
You're loitering and you're drinking alcohol and you're playing craps while you're waiting for a drug person to come to get to exchange drugs for money.
And you're doing this in front of an elementary school.
That's what I'm saying, huh?
Oh, here comes the crooked damn cop.
Yeah.
They're crooked. What about what you
Y'all sell drugs too. Y'all sell drugs too. The white man's like, hey, I'm under the law. You're the chosen. You're the chosen, not me.
You talking about I gotta sell drugs to feed my daughter? No, that's a lie. I don't have to sell drugs to feed my children and get my mama some pill money.
How much cocaine does it take to feed a baby?
That's a lie.
That's my question. If this is true, how many pounds of cocaine does it take to feed one baby? A kilo? 3 kilos to feed a baby? Come on, that's a lie, bro.
Yo, 17.5. Mr. 17.5.
17.5. I'm gonna take an out of state trip, come back, take a chance.
I'm gonna sell them for 25. I bought it for 17.
So I can feed my baby.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Right?
How expensive is milk?
Yeah.
The mama's getting the money for the milk anyway. She's getting the snap and the wick and the EBT. You don't need the milk. She don't need milk money. The baby's good.
Baby drink.
The baby's got milk. The baby's got milk. Milk is produced free.
Yeah.
Okay, either from the mother or they get it from WIC. You don't need to give milk money.
Baby needs shoes though.
Baby needs shoes. What kind of shoes do baby need?
How much are these shoes? You get some Garanimals out and you're good at. I remember the damn brand. I get some basic Garanimals like $3 out. Yeah. How much money do you need to buy shoes and clothes out? And so I gotta exploit my people to make some money to get some shoes out. Get out of here,
people out into their life out and shoot people down the street out.
Take advantage of drug addicts out.
And the baby's like, "Thank you, Dad, for killing all these people."
I got Jordans now, Dad. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah,
that's my father.
He's just surviving. He's looking out for me. Get out of here, right?
That's stupidity, bro.
Listen, it's the truth. That's the logic.
This is why the Most
High convince ourselves.
This is what the Most High has to do with the black club out, putting people on hot hoods out, and being overboard in the hood. I get why. You gotta deal with a beast with a beast.
Yep.
You can't have some good Samaritan walking up, saying, "Can you stop doing crime and selling drugs, please?" I'm asking you nicely. Come on, bro.
Listen. The nations. Most High puts the nations over us for your good.
Yeah.
This is the thing, because we already show we can't self-govern ourselves and treat each other right. When I mean we can't self-govern, that means we won't treat each other right. We got common sense. We can govern on a basic level, but we're gonna exploit each other That's why it says you need the nations to be on top of you guys.
We'll
You're all
fall-
good.
We'll fall over time into corruption.
Got it.
That's what happens. There's always one good guy.
Yeah, and,
Maybe
and,
two.
and you know those guys get killed. Those guys get killed. Killed.
Yeah.
But let's keep going.
And we always say, how come the good ones go first?
Because you know why? Because they get plotted on by the other 50 ones that aren't good.
Yeah.
Keep going, all right?
Verse 4. For he is the minister of the Most High to thee for good.
We expect the drug dealers to sit here and give us Thanksgiving turkeys out.
Yeah. Nino
Oh,
Brown.
Frank Lucas.
So he's a good man. He's a
Yeah.
good man. 364 days a year, he's selling heroin out. And one day he's passing out
He's
turkeys
selling
out.
smack. He's selling smack 364 days a year.
Yeah,
At.
people are ODing off his products out in your building. But he
Brother.
gave you one turkey.
He's a good
So
guy.
he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Come on,
Close
all
the
right.
blind eye to that.
Come on, all right. Well, let's keep going, all right. Or let us run the numbers.
He lets run.
He let us run the numbers. He's with the black community. We get the green color numbers.
Yeah.
Anyway, the green paper with the numbers.
That's before black be black. It's just us doing little exploitation. Then it's us being black righteous. But we don't want the Most High. We want to go to government, or we want to go to Allah. Every other guy.
Yeah.
All those black righteous guys, they go to idol. They're idol worshippers.
Yep.
Dr. Umar himself is pushing Ushun. I don't know who that is.
Oshun, that's the god of West African deities. Oshun is the Puerto Rican Brujeria, Santeria.
Yeah.
That's that Santeria that originated from West Africa, that followed all the way to Panama, South America, parts of Mexico. You know, that's who the Babylon priests worship. Oshun. It's supposed to be the supreme god of West African religion.
Come on, bro.
This guy's pushing that
Oshun.
heavy now.
My, yeah.
Yeah, he's a doctor.
I know.
And he's building a school. And he's about us going back to Africa and the black. And listen, bro, we don't want to read the Bible, bro. It comes back to that.
And we don't want to be obedient to the Bible. We don't want to read it, and we don't want to be obedient.
Here or there.
Yeah. So, and because of that, the Most High sits back here and keeps everybody in order.
Yep.
Even the Aztecs.
But Baruch chapter 4 verse 6. I'll just read it. Baruch chapter 4 verse 6. You were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because you moved the Most High to wrath. You were delivered unto the enemies. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not to the Most High.
Yeah. And what that means is, in real terms, listen, you serve other idols and you treated my people like crap. But let's continue. You got more on that?
No, 4 and 6.
That's a great point. Yeah, there's one point with that scripture. I said it before, I'll say it again. Aztecs, if you go into poverty in the Aztec side, if you go into debt, you just become a sacrifice. That's like over here, you go into debt, you just don't answer the phone for like 6 months. Keep blowing your phone up.
Yeah, that's all. No, black people change numbers out.
Change
They
numbers.
change numbers out.
They tell a kid, don't answer that.
Don't answer that.
Don't answer that.
That call ID came in handy.
And if your credit is wrecked, you use your kid's ID out. He'd be 3 years old. I got a new social life.
You got a house.
Listen, I know 18-year-old kids that look at their credit score and they got a low credit score. Like, what happened? I didn't even put nothing on credit. Light bill, cell phone bill. Like, what the hell? How did I have a cell phone bill when I was 7?
Yeah.
He's making moves. He's making moves. You didn't know.
Survival moves. But keep going.
Or you get told, don't worry about all that. You ate, didn't you?
You ate.
You had a house, didn't you?
Oh,
Don't worry about all that.
for doing your responsibilities.
Yes. Don't worry about all that. You had a roof over your head, didn't you?
That is what's been said. I've always said that.
That's the justification. You ate, didn't you?
Yeah. Come on.
Listen, so my credit is destroyed.
Yeah.
But I had
You got to rebuild.
Asperger's.
You got to rebuild. You got to see a credit specialist.
Yeah.
And you just,
At 17.
at 17.
You had animal crackers. You had dollar menu. I gave you dollar. I gave you the McDonald's. What was it? I gave you
Happy Meal.
I gave you the Happy Meal. You got the You lost all your credit for Happy Meals. That?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So in the Aztec Empire,
bro.
when you go into debt, you serve for a certain period of time, and then if you can't get out of debt, you become a sacrifice. And they pull your heart out, cut your organs, and they do it at a certain time.
The Indiana Jones you at?
They Indiana Jones you out because you went into debt, because you made some bad financial moves, or you had a tragedy in the house.
That's crazy. Yeah.
That's how we do our people, bro.
Yeah.
So you might as well just be thankful for the
conditions the Most High
what we
got
ain't
us
going
under,
through.
and accept that the Most High keeps on top of us to make sure we stay honorable. But let's continue in
God.
Yeah.
But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain.
Listen, the ones that are in power, they got a billy club and a gun for a reason.
Yeah.
The law is made for the what?
Lawless.
So you better stay in order before you get made to be put in order.
That's not cool.
I'm gonna say this. Jake want to talk about how bad the prison system is. Go to Mexico. How do you think them jails feel like? You ever see those Netflix shows about like Colombian jails? You think American jails is bad? Colombian jails is horrible.
They say the Philippines too.
All in places. The facilities are worse. Anyway, continue.
For he is the minister of the Most High.
The Most High gave the sovereignty to the nations to stay on top of us, to make sure we're in order and we do what we're supposed to do for the Most High. And the focus of making sure that we live a spiritual life. Because as long as there's a power over us, we have to stay more spiritually minded. That's what he's saying. When there's a taskmaster or a boss or authority over us, we have to learn to look at things from a spiritual lens. That's why the Most High has those authorities over us. Because we need it. So, are we done with that verse?
Nah.
We
A
done.
revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil.
Mm-hmm.
What's that talking about?
He says, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Listen, when we're off, the nations are allowed to, are given the authority to put us in order. We don't like that reality either. When we're out of order, the Most High puts us back in order and allows the nations to use violence to put us back in order.
Sometimes they're overboard.
You know what? But then the question is this: they are. The Scripture does say that the nations are sometimes are overboard in their power and authority. But we gave it to them. Let's be in order so we don't got to feel the severity that the nations put us under. Okay. Read on, verse 5 and 6.
Verse 5. Wherefore ye must needs be subject.
We have to learn to be subject to these conditions. Read on.
Not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake.
He says we have to be subject by these authorities to keep us from operating the wrong way. The Most High gives these nations the power and authority to use the wrath against us. But also he says, for conscience sake, we just talked about, as long as there's an authority over us, it keeps our conscience right. We got to be conscious of our actions and our conduct and what we say and what we do. That's why the authority is there. To keep us in the right consciousness towards the Heavenly Father. That's what the intention is for. Read on.
Well, for this cause pay ye tribute also.
And this is why you got to pay these taxes. What people don't want to realize is our rebellion to the Romans was based on the fact we don't want to pay our tribute. Every time we want to stop paying tribute, the Most High stung us. We don't want to pay tribute to the Romans. Guess what they ended up doing? They ended up taking us over and breaking us down. Because we got tired of paying. We got tired of being subject to the powers over us. Every single time we want to rebel and protest and complain about the conditions, he made life harder for us. We weren't. He says, you're not in a position to complain. I'm putting these powers over you. I'm putting these people over you. Stop complaining and observe the responsibility I got you over. Because we forgot why the nations are over us in the first place. Because we're negative. And we treated the poor worse than they're treating us. That's how we have to think. Read on.
For they are the Most High's ministers, attending continually upon this very thing.
Read on.
Render therefore to all their due.
You got to pay all your dues.
Can I pull this?
You got to pay all those dues. What will we do? We'll pay a little bit. We'll pay the dues we got to pay. If we listen, I don't know if y'all have driven like to Houston and these places with the tolls. Who pays the tolls when they send the mail in?
I don't.
I don't either. That's it. You let us know all the time. You owe $45. You owe $40. How come we not paying the money that you do?
You put that.
This is for the easy pass.
Yeah, the easy pass.
Pay for the easy pass.
You put
like,
that.
nah, G, you hear the lights clack when you drive back. Clack, I see you. I ain't paying it. This coming in the mail like in 3 weeks. I ain't paying it. It's going to be 25, 30, 40. I don't care. I don't care. And then I don't know if you heard those things online. When you drive and they sit back here and they take a picture of your
license
plate. They say, well, you ran the red light. You was like, that wasn't me. How can you prove that was me?
Somebody borrowed the car.
Somebody bought the car that day. How can you say that's me?
Then they want you
use
to
technicality to get out of it.
They want you to snitch them out.
I don't have a couple guys take my car. I don't know. It's not me though. How can you prove that was me? So how can you say that was in my name? And that's how we want to wiggle out of these dudes. We are some wigglers. I'm sorry. What do you have?
I got
He had a scripture you want to get.
Luke 3:8. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us, for reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments,
I know.
according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our power.
John, bro, we are subject to these payments because of our conduct.
Yeah.
And the Most High put these nations over us to keep us subject to this situation, to humble us, to humble us and to work on our conscience,
Yeah.
work on our outlook, work on how we think. Okay? Read verse 7 real quick in Romans. You finished with that?
No. Verse 7. Render therefore to all their due. Tribute to whom tribute is due. Custom to whom custom. Fear to whom fear.
You gotta respect the individuals we're supposed to respect. And we don't get out of that. We can't get out of that.
You're not an authority.
Kinda. Not anymore. We lost that. We done?
Honor to whom honor.
Brother, it's very simple, we want to skate and read on.
Owe no man anything, but to love one another. For he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law.
So we're going to let this verse go. We're going to go over one more chapter unless brothers want to pull more. We're going to go to Luke chapter 10, verse 30 through 36.
It's the life you chose.
Listen, we chose it, especially the leadership. But like I said, I didn't get a chance to get as far as I wanted to get into. We didn't even get to the priests. We're still in the princes, man. But it's okay. This verse right here will lead us into next week about the princes. So let's go to Luke 10 and 30, verse 36. So remember, the reason we went into this class is to once again show us how the princes and the leadership didn't take care of the people, didn't look after the sick, and because of it, the Most High cursed us, right? And he gave the nations the power over us because we didn't appreciate the responsibility of looking after our people and taking care of our people. Let's continue.
Luke chapter 10 and verse 30. And Yahushua answering said, a certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment and wounded him and departed, leaving him half dead.
So we see in Christ that there was a man that got beat and robbed and was left for dead.
Where was this at?
This is the streets of the Jerusalem. Streets of Jericho. Okay? Black on black crime, so to speak. Right? Read on.
And by chance there came down a certain priest that way.
Priests were Levites. Israelites, fellow brothers. Read on.
And when he saw him,
when that priest saw this brother that was wounded and was barely responsive, he was on the ground, barely responsive, hanging on to dear life. Read on.
He passed by on the other side.
He just didn't pass by. He walked the other side out. He wanted to act like he wasn't even there. He would act like Edomite women when they see black people, they hold their purse and walk the other across the street. That's how this Levite priest dealt with this brother who was on the ground bleeding and hurting. Our own people, we see him hurting and we walk the other way and act like that's not my responsibility. That's a Levite priest, a guy who knows, that's a priest who reads the Bible every day. Who knows the scriptures about the poor. Who knows about the needy. This person chose to avoid him. Read on.
And likewise a Levite.
Likewise a Levite. First of all, the priest is the highest of the high. They're damn near on scribe level. or they're damn that they know all the ceremonial approaches. The Levite could be a scribe. He could be a person that's around the Bible all the time also.
He's around the information as his job. It's your job to be on it.
It's your job to know the scriptures,
It's your job
to know the Bible. The Levite and the priest know the Bible back and forth. Read on.
When he was at the place, came and looked on him, and passed by on the other side.
Listen, this one, the Levite went and actually physically saw him, went to where he was at, and walked away. The priest sat back and saw him and walked away. This Levite sat back and went to him, saw he was in a bad spot, and left him out. This is horrible. So both our people, whether they saw him, acknowledged him, or physically checked on him and left, both did him a great disservice. Read on.
But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed...
First of all, Samaritans, when you read about the Samaritans, they were enemies of the Jews. They weren't just, a Samaritan wasn't just another nation. A Samaritan was a non-Israelite nation, and they were natural enemies of the Jews.
Wow.
Natural enemies of the Hebrews.
Wow.
Because remember, by reputation, the Samaritan was the guy that, when the Jews were on top, the Samaritans claimed being a Jew. When the Jews were about to get captured by Nebuchadnezzar, they said, we're not Jews. We're not them.
That's the Jew.
We're sojourners. They're the Jews. They're over there down the street. So there was natural beef between us and the Samaritans since the time of the Babylonians, or since the time the Assyrians brought them over to the land of Samaria and they occupied it. So there were enemies. This Samaritan guy knew by nature this is a Jew and we're natural enemies. So he was a non-nation and a non-nation and an enemy. Read verse 33 again.
Verse 33. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was. And when he saw him, he had compassion on him.
This Samaritan had more compassion on a non-Israelite than Israelites had compassion on their own people. And this is what Christ is saying. He saw in present-day Jerusalem, because the Levites and the priests represented the leadership class. Back in the day, the princes and the Judites had the same feelings towards the people. They didn't give a shit if you were living or dead. They didn't care if you was on the ground bleeding. If you ain't making me money, I don't care. That is how our people have been in the olden times, in the BC times. That's how we are in crisis times, and that's how we are now. He's telling you like it is.
You're not wearing the wrong color.
Listen, this is how we roll. This is how we know reading about this is talking about us and not the Jewish men on earth. Because they will unite.
Yep.
They will unite and rob other people. That's what they're going to do with their policy.
Yeah.
They will unite. We can't do that. That's how you know we're the Jew. Because the real Jew will see a brother on the ground dying and bleeding and walk on. And act like that don't affect me. But the nations have enough love and compassion to check on this person and try to help him and get him nursed back to life. Read on.
And went to him and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine.
He just didn't sit back here and call the cops or call the paramedics. He said, let me bring it to my house and restore this guy back together. To bind up a person's wounds, you need to bring him into a room, clean him up, get him back together. Read on.
And set him on his own beast.
So he said, set him up on his own. That means he said he got him on his own horse or a gnat or a mule or a donkey, whatever the hell it is. I'm gonna say, like, come out of pocket, get him on his own animal.
Get you home, bro.
I'm gonna get you home. I'm gonna come out of my pocket to heal you. Get you a horse. Read on.
I get my horse
And
later.
brought him to an inn.
And brought him to a hotel. Read on.
And took care of him.
But that means that means this Samaritan is losing real money to
For
help this guy.
non-nation. We're not his nation.
Yep. We're not his nation. He spent money, resources, time to get this guy on his feet.
So they have more humanity to say than a lot of us.
Well, that's the point of the story. Listen, the Levite and the priest could care less if this Israelite brother died. A non-nation had more compassion to an Israelite at a low point than an Israelite will look at their own brother at a low point. This is why the Most High said, I got to bring Nebuchadnezzar to sit back and look after the poor. This nation will look after the poor of my people better than the Jews will look after their own brother. Read on.
And on the morrow, when he departed, he took out 2 pence and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee.
So what he did is this. He said he bound up the guy's wounds, cleaned up his wounds, took him to a hotel on his beast, on the Samaritan's beast, got him into the hotel, took care of him, then gave the person who managed the hotel some money. He said, listen, man, this will be for him at the hotel. Give him a couple days to get himself together. If he needs more time, put it on my tab, and I'll pay for it when I get back.
Damn.
So he didn't even give the Jew a time where he had to be about by. He said, let him stay there and recover as long as he needs, and I'll cover the rest. Read on.
Which now of these 3 thinkest thou was neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves?
He said, which one was the neighbor? His own people or a non-Israelite nation? And he's saying it. He said, listen, this is why the Most High is working through the nations to give us some damn mercy. Because they have more mercy on our people than we have on our people. And that's the reality. Christ has said it. All the prophets were saying it. And this is why the Most High said on part of this chapter in 2nd Ezra 1 and 24, I got to go through the nations to sit back here and salvage the poor and give them a better chance of functioning and surviving. Just think, as bad as we got it in the hood, as bad as we got it in our life, it would have been worse if Jews ran it. If all people ran the society, it would be worse. This is why Christ said he has to come in and replace the stony heart and give us a fleshy heart. He got to sit back here and replace our outlook and replace our entire mindset for a Jew kingdom to operate properly. That's what Jeremiah 31 said, and that's what's talked about in Hebrews. He has to replace our entire stony heart. So when he comes back, he's going to replace our heart. That's the only way an Israelite kingdom would operate and run properly. You talk about the Jews in the kingdom, all that cool stuff. It would only work right if he replaced how we think and our entire mental capacity and spiritual capacity. Then, with a new mind and being a new person, then we can sit back here and deal with each other properly and deal with the nations properly. You think, what would happen if we got power over the nations now? We'd be destroying and exploiting the nations and treating them like crap and doing unforeseeable negative to them. We couldn't handle the kingdom right now. We couldn't. We treat our own people bad and the nations bad. He's telling the nations would treat us better than we treat ourselves. So this is why the Most High had to give the power and the sovereignty to the rest of the nations. That's why.
Force his hand.
Does that make sense? Now next week we're going to go over how the Most High, this is why the Most High eradicated the princely rulership. The princes and the kings, he had to remove them because they couldn't handle the responsibility and the burden of leadership. Now we're going to read after that. Now the priests come in. The priests come into effect. Did the priests do any better than the princes?
Let's find out.
We're going to read and see if the priest did any better than the princes. Because that's why we're going to go into the second part of this twofold chapter. A twofold verse. We read it again. We're in 2nd Ezra 1 and 24. That one? 2nd Ezra 1 and 24.
2nd Ezra chapter 1 and verse 24. What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob? Thou Judah, wouldest not obey me.
The princes and kings of Judah wouldn't obey the Most High. So what am I going to do? Read on.
I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name, that they may keep my statutes.
So once again, so far we've proven that the Most High turned to other nations and gave them sovereignty. And with their sovereignty, they were going to sit back here and treat the oppressed of our nation better than we treat the oppressed of our nation. We proved it all through the scriptures in Jeremiah and Isaiah, even in Luke. So the Most High has given the nations an opportunity to get the power to see how they would treat our people. And when the Most High showed, once the nation showed that they were no longer willing to entreat the poor properly, he removed them. And that's how he was dealing with the nation. But he gave us the first shot at it. And we failed miserably. Next week, we'll go into how now the Most High gives the priesthood an opportunity to do what the princes couldn't do. We're going to read to see how the princes acted and treated our people from the time of Reconstruction around 515 BC to Christ. And see how we treated that time. The era of kings went from Samuel to the fall in 586 BC. That was the era of kings. The princes and kings failed miserably. Then it's the era of Reconstruction from 515 BC into the era of Christ. How did the Pharisees and the Levites treat the people? We'll go into that next week. Are there any other questions? Let's send our prayers up. Imagine Waponya Irashalam. We're given a chance to show the Most High, Arya, that we're at least in the spirit of trying to fight the negative in us. And if we prove that to the Most High, we'll have mercy at the end. Concert. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shah.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing and Noah. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing and Noah. Awar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light to see.
Number 3. Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing and Noah. Ha'ayo.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing and Noah. Shaman. Zayaf. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies, shall perish. All the workers of iniquity, shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire. On my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire. Of the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. By Shem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamaawa, Laduad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawab, Ayo, Harash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hayah, Manawathiwa, Kator, Haramwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Aroya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawab, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayaya, Hadwalam, by Shem Yahushua.
All right. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Wachno. Washiroli. Wabiat. Support. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Wachno. Washiroli. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Wachno. Washiroli. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachno, Washiroli, Wabiat, support. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all long suffering, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. Ba'ashem, Yahushua, the water, Aman. Circle up. Go for it.
Salute Yah in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Kuashral, Israel, Umaja, Rock,
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Barakatah. Turn the faces.
Salute Yah, the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Umaja, Rock.
Yahweh Shemaiah, thank Ba'ashem, Yahushua. Yes, top. Dismissed. Fall out. All right, it's your authority for tuning in. See y'all on Monday, all right? Shalom.